करने को बोल दो। Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heartily welcome you all to the second day of the panel discussions being hosted by the Indian Institute of Management Rohtak as India takes over the presidency of the G20.
The G20, or the Group of 20, is an international forum comprising of 19 countries and the European Union that represents 85% of the global economy. The G20 holds annual summits to discuss and coordinate economic, financial, and development policies among its members. Its goal is to promote financial stability, economic growth, and poverty reduction on a global level.
India's presidency in the G20 gives the nation an unprecedented opportunity to prove its credibility in resolving global economic issues. Through its leadership, India can certainly give impetus to the economic and social development of developed and emerging nations. The theme of India's G20, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, aims to induce inclusive collaboration among major developed and emerging nations and recognize the significance of collective and united actions.
A warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director, IIM Rohtak. We also extend our gratitude to all the panelists and dignitaries who took out their valuable time to grace us with their presence today. We are extremely honored to have with us Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta, former Judge, Supreme Court of India. Sir is the chairperson of the New Delhi International Arbitration Center. He is a former Supreme Court judge. Sir has also previously served as the executive chairman of the State Legal Services Committee in Chandigarh. Before being transferred to the Patna High Court, he was a member of the Computer Committee at the Punjab and Haryana High Court for over a decade.
We are extremely fortunate to have you here with us, sir. We now request Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director, IIM Rohtak, to kindly welcome the guest with a small token of gratitude. Sir, please. Thank you, sir.
We now request Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director, IIM Rohtak, to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Namaste, good afternoon. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for hosting this event in collaboration with Government of Haryana. We're lucky that we are born in this country. I always tell my students that I'm a fan of India. It's a great nation. It's a privilege for us to live in a truly democratic country where, from yesterday's discussion, we learned that economic prosperity is not the only way to gauge our success. It is happiness amongst people, contentment amongst people, no matter where they are. To be part of being this great civilization was something that was very, very important. Additionally, sir, yesterday we also talked about sustainability and how traditional Indian ways and traditional Indian thoughts are the way forward for the world, which is energy hungry, growth hungry, and is trying to now put its footprint in planets other than the Earth. If you hear some of the great entrepreneurs in the North America, they are talking about conquests of Mars and Moon to set up living facilities. You know, Elon Musk often talks about going to Mars. But in our thoughts, our traditional wisdom is to live within our means and to be happy and in consonance with the Mother Earth. There's a recent study which was conducted by our former education minister, Shri Murli Manohar Joshi ji. And he mentioned this in his speech. He said that the GDP is actually equivalent to what we can extract from Earth. So whatever extractions we are able to make in terms of resources is a direct reflection of where we are going in terms of global GDP. With that, we must look at replenishing. And there was a great deal of discussion on this yesterday, sir. Today, in terms of food, the nutrient value, the nutritional value of the fruit that we are consuming today is far lower than the one that we were consuming 50 or 60 years ago because of the nutritional value in the soil. Our today's discussions are centering around two important topics. One is building global kinship, and second is disentangling legal complexities. Both are areas in which India can contribute in a very, very big way. We have always talked about global kinship. The logo of the G20 itself, Vasudev Kutumbakam, is a reflection of kinship. We are talking about building bridges between the poorest of poor nations and the richest of rich nations in terms of economics. Despite having limited resources, India is the first one to offer aid to any needy country. We can start from recent times, from Sri Lanka to yesterday, where National Disaster Response Force went to Turkey and Syria to help out. This is because these learnings are enshrined in our traditional texts, our theological texts. Second topic is about disentangling of legal complexities. You may have realized that financial criminals leave countries, travel from country to country. It's very hard to track them. Artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, will make jurisdiction definition very, very difficult. International law in terms of cross-border crimes is challenging. In addition to that, in the business environment, it is impossible to placate all the players because everybody has got an uneven playing field. But when they come to India, we are looking forward to disentangling through our G20 presidency and leading the way. And with this, I humbly want to introduce all our panelists. Number one, our guest of honor for the day, the man who we are expecting will lead the revolution in terms of one of the most important things in India today, that is arbitration. Globally, it has been researched that nearly $500 billion, $500 billion global trade is stuck in some form of arbitration. As a matter of fact, one single PSU, which is NHAI, would have almost 100,000 crores, 1 lakh crore rupees stuck in arbitration. There is a tremendous opportunity to create a vehicle, a transparent vehicle to resolve all this and make India one of the best destinations for resolution of international disputes, akin to what has been happening in Singapore for last maybe 30 or 40 years, which was the arbitration hub. Our second speaker after our inaugural address will be Lieutenant General A.K. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, SM, VSM. He's former Lieutenant Governor of Andaman Nicobar Islands and also Puducherry. Sir is not just a Lieutenant General. I keep mentioning to people, those who do not know, he was an army commander. He commanded the Southern Army, one of the most important gallantry soldier, a legend in the army. We welcome him. Shri Narendra Taneja. Narendra Taneja ji's voice, I was just talking to some people right before he came. They said, we wait for him to come and we listen to him for guidance in terms of how to manage energy. His thoughts are so important. I believe through our presence of an individual of this stature, India will be leading the way in terms of sustainability efforts and renewable energy efforts under his thoughtful and expert eyes. Srimati Pratibha Prahlad ji is Padma Shri and is a founder director of Delhi International Art Festival. I must really humbly convey to you that she is the soft power. And actually, the soft power is the hardest to learn. They always say soft skills. Soft skills are the hardest to learn. I can teach a person Python in a 2-hour session. I can teach a person SPSS in 45 minutes. I can teach a person programming with some of my eminent colleagues maybe in an hour session. But it is very difficult to teach soft skills. So ma'am is not just teaching soft skills, but leading the way in terms of culture of India and promoting it globally. We're thankful that you're here, ma'am. Mr. Yantin Lama is our success story. He's an Indian who has led an international bank, has been, heading a bank. It's a story which we tell in the classrooms of how a person from here can lead international organizations, make an impact in what is unknown area, this Central Asia. Not many people know what goes on there, even in Indian context. Not many people would be able to name all the Central Asian nations. He worked there for numerous number of years and led our effort, and is one of the ways in which our soft power was conveyed in that entire region. So welcome, sir. Madam D. Padma is again an important individual. She's Executive Director of Indian Oil. She is looking after the planning and development. She leads all the corporate efforts in this domain, and thereby making the world recognize the power of India in the oil sector too. Many of you only know that India imports 80% of its energy, more than 80% of its energy needs, but India is a refining superpower. We have 15 refineries. We have many more refineries than China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and all the Southeast Asian countries put together. This is our strength, and we've been able to refine what, for lack of a better word, some of the dirtiest oil in the world can get refined in our refineries. So ma'am, thank you for coming here. Finally, Mr. Faiz Zalan, who has come all the way, he's a friend of India. He has come all the way from Kabul University. He's a political activist and a commentator and a professor. Mr. Zalan is a brave man. He puts in a lot of his efforts in trying to reconcile the flawed paradigmatic structure that exists in Afghanistan today and has been existing for the last 20 years. He presents his views in writings and also covering large and important events. Our session will be moderated by Sri Tahir Gora, who is a Canadian broadcaster, an editor, a publisher, a writer. His new book, Al-Pakistan, is going to be released very soon. In its Hindi translation, it's written in Urdu, will be translated in Hindi. He has written several books before that. His television channel, Tag TV, is one of the most viewed Southeast Asian channels in North America. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Finally, I again extend greatest regard to our inaugural speaker, Justice Hemant Gupta. We have known him for his jurisprudence, and today I invite him first to speak on this second day of G20 summit organized by IIM Rohtak in collaboration with Government of Haryana on the importance of the soft power or softly disentangling legal complexities, the two topics that we have to cover today. Sir, I welcome you.
Renowned panelist, Dr. Dheeraj Sharma, the audience and the students. Judges are poor speakers. They write only judgments, but here I'm asked to speak. I will try to say something. I had the privilege of witnessing the evolution of Indian legal system in my 42 years of profession as a lawyer for 22 years, as an adjudicator for more than 20 years. I've seen the change in the face of litigation from personal property matters to commercial litigation, maybe insolvency and bankruptcy, competition commission related issues, stock market issues, intellectual property disputes, and arbitration matters. Such matters were unheard of except somewhat arbitration when I joined bar. The changing face of litigation and the growing influence of India in the international community is to lead the world. It is for the appropriate time for the India to assume the presidency of G20 when India is looking forward for the leap jump in the international arena. G20 is a forum of major economies that has played a critical role in shaping the global economic landscape. However, as the India takes this important role, G20 faces several complex legal challenges, particularly in the area of trade, investment, intellectual property, and data privacy. These issues are mingled up with legal intricacies that require an understanding of the relevant legal norms and principles, as well as commitment to finding mutually beneficial solutions that serve the interest of all parties involved. India's ability to effectively lead G20 on these complex legal and economic issues is a testament to the country's legal expertise and economic strength. Though the legal system in the country faces many challenges of delay, but the credibility of Indian judiciary as an independent and the bold system is now beyond dispute. The country has well-developed legal system that can navigate the intricate web of international trade and investment agreements, as well as various norms and standards that govern intellectual property and data privacy. The legal expertise, combined with India's rapidly growing economy and its position as a leading player in global economic landscape, gives the country the tools it needs to be a successful leader of G20. While India is emerging power in the global economy, it must continuously strive towards progress to accommodate the fast-paced changes occurring in the present world. As a chairperson of newly established India International Arbitration Center, I've been assigned this task of establishing National and International Arbitration Center. The judiciary needs to supplement and complement the role of center in expeditious disposal of the matters post-award. In civil court, it is commonly said that the problem of decree holder starts after he gets decree. We should not convey this message to the international community in respect of awards by the Indian or international arbitral tribunals. We, the citizens, and the justice delivery system must facilitate alternative dispute resolution, which will help in creating the trust in India's various ADR institutions. Furthermore, the Indian law firms must expand their geographical reach. It is corresponding to foreign law firms to be allowed in India. In case of foreign firms, they have operation in multiple geographies, which help them in attracting clients. As India is a geographically vast country, it needs to identify arbitration-friendly cities which will provide the necessary infrastructure for the smooth conduct of the processes. As a major source of legal complexities arose the bilateral investment treaties, which were signed by Government of India with other countries. The famous case of White Industries is actually an alarming situation for India, where because of delay in courts for over 10 years between the two courts, High Court of Calcutta or High Court of Delhi will have the jurisdiction, India has to face the arbitration award against India on account of pay under the bilateral investment treaty. India paid over 400 million Australian dollars to the company under that agreement. I was also a member of the bench which dealt with the issues arising out of an agreement signed by Indian Space or Research Organization with a foreign company to lease total satellite bandwidth to such company. The award was against India. It was probably 15,000 rupees award. But the incorporation of the company itself was found to be vitiated on the ground of fraud. India is still facing the proceedings arising out of BIT. I believe that India is no longer signing bilateral agreements. Instead of scrapping the BIT in totality, the government must closely review and revise them to create a conducive business environment and avoid legal complexities. The problem is the India rises after the award is rendered against it, not during the course of proceedings when India can defend itself in a proper way. It's a case of a penny wise and pound foolish. India must make proper and effective representation before the international arbitration proceedings. It is no use to make a grievance after the award and finding faults in proceedings. In addition to this, India must make a robust system to ensure that orders passed by the arbitral tribunals are being enforced and they do not get delayed by using a lacuna in the judicial system. If India can ensure timely execution of the arbitral awards, it would direct companies to choose India as their preferred place of arbitration. In my interaction with the stakeholders, the common grievance is that even after the award is announced, India take years and years to finally fructify the decree. Singapore is fast. Singapore doesn't entertain many dispute after post-award, and therefore it becomes a preferred destination. We have to create that environment where India becomes a preferred destination. The help of the courts is absolutely necessary for that purpose. Being a part of G20, India has the opportunity to improve its system of arbitration. I'm not sure to what extent the G20 can provide technical assistance and support to India in adopting international best practices and standards for arbitration. The G20 could also help facilitate the exchange of information and experience between India and other countries with well-developed arbitration systems, including through the organization of workshops, conferences, and training programs. Further encouragement of development of cross-border arbitration by promoting the recognition and enforcement of arbitral awards across border could help India progress towards achieving its potential in the sphere of international law and arbitration. In the presence of the collection of speakers and the wide variety of panelists, I end myself here and looking forward to the contribution of other panelists. Thank you very much.
Let's begin with the first panel discussion, the topic of which is G20 presidency, India building global kinship through soft power.
We now hand over the floor to Mr. Tahir Gora. Begin with the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta ji. Very grateful for your presence in this session. And Professor Dheeraj Sharma ji, thank you very much for organizing this conference and the whole team of Rohtak IIM. So today we do have a very vibrant discussion. Is India building global kinship through its soft power? The answer is yes. But I would add only one sentence, and then we'll start inviting our panelists. On certain issues, in my humble opinion, India needs to act as an assertive power as well. And I understand under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India's Foreign Minister, Jaishankar ji, is taking our position very clear at world stage, and now through G20 presidency in 2023, we are front runner at the world stage. So I would ask our team to introduce our panelists one by one. And my role is, so the first speaker for this panel discussion is Lieutenant General retired A.K. Singh Sahab. I request you to share your views.
Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta ji, Director IIM Rohtak, Professor Dheeraj Sharma ji, Chair, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. It's indeed a pleasure to participate in this seminar on G20 curated by IIM Rohtak. And also humbling to be part of such a distinguished panel. I thank the director for having invited me. I also find it ironical that a general of the Indian Army is going to speak on India's G20 presidency through soft power. My calling for last 40 years in the army has been hard power. So let me start by trying to reconcile the relationship between soft power and hard power. And as we discussed, Professor, from Greece, that we must start on a philosophical note. So how do we sort of relate these two, hard power and soft power? And it should be of interest to our students. And I will narrate this through two personal incidents, which will make this clear. First one was in 2011, when I was Army Commander, Southern Army in Pune, and our famous speaker, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, visited Pune. And I invited him to share his views on a subject of India's rise. And I called all the army officers in station, about 800 of them. And most of you would have heard him. He's a dynamic speaker. And he went on his favorite subject, that is India's rise through its soft power. And I thought he had almost convinced the audience, which was basically army officers. And therefore, I had to, at the end, go up to the rostrum and remind the complete audience that their job is hard power. And Dr. Tharoor's soft power is based on this hard power. And I must thank the chair for suggesting that India needs to be more assertive. Assertive based on a combination of its civilization, its heritage, but a combination of hard power and soft power. We are learning. The second is an incident of just yesterday. I was flying back from Mumbai, and sitting next to me was an executive who was German-Swiss, a German settled in Switzerland. And he had been dealing with India for the last 25 years. So I was, of course, inquisitive to get his views on how Germany was tilting from its long-established policies. And let me just summarize the 3 points he made. The first one he made was, the world is slowly but surely moving from cooperation towards coercion and conflict. And you can see it all around in the world. The second was, he said, in his personal opinion, Germany made a mistake when the Cold War ended. He said we downgraded our hard power, relying only on cooperation, soft power, and the generosity of superpowers like US. And hence today they have no independent voice. When I asked him, why have you taken these positions? He said, we have no independent voice. But he also said that having seen India grow for the last 25 years, it's a transformed country. Yes, you have many challenges, but I think India is ready in the future to take up a leadership role in the world based on its hard and soft part. Luckily, we in India realized that this combination is necessary way back in 1971, and you saw the creation of Bangladesh. In the short time I will cover the focus of India's G20 presidency, challenges that we will face, and how we intend to leverage our soft power. You are aware that the G20 was set up in the wake of the Asian financial crisis of 1999, and thereafter also did sterling work during the world financial crisis of 2008, stabilizing the situation. Ever since, it has focused on key multilateral economic issues which affect both the developed and developing world through dialogue, discussion, planning, and most important, implementation. These 20 developed and developing countries account for approximately 80% of the world's GDP, 75% of the world's trade, and 60% of the world's population. But I dare say there is criticism that this G20 grouping is not reflective of the larger world, with Europe cornering a large share and Africa going virtually unrepresented. For this year, during India's presidency, the focus will be on building on the idea propagated by India's age-old spiritual traditions. The G20 will function around the principles of the universal oneness, one earth, one family, one future, based on the adage Vasudev Kutumbakam, meaning that all the world, universe, or reality is actually one. The presidency's agenda further highlights the need to work together rather than resort to conflicts and wars. PM Modi highlighted recently about the great challenges that the world faces today: climate change, terrorism, endemics, and pandemics, and how they can be resolved only through cooperation and supporting each other. India's presidency is all about human-centric globalization and is expected to have large-scale impact on the steering of the post-pandemic economic agenda. So what are the challenges that India is likely to face in this journey of 1 year? A number of them. A fractured world as it exists today. You have the developed versus developing. You have the North versus South. You have the food surplus nations versus those who go hungry. And you, amongst all this, you also have the remnants of a colonial mindset. And you can see that example still existing in Africa. Geoeconomics has got intertwined with geopolitics. And again, you see the reflection of this in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, in Syria, in Africa, and even in China. Then you have unilateralism versus multilateralism. There is talk of a rule-based order, but people ask whose rule and whose order. Then there is the affliction of the G20 of lack of follow-up. New agendas keep coming up without adequate follow-up on agendas already agreed to, because there is no permanent secretariat, and domestic agendas dominate the presidencies to a large extent. Thus, under its presidency, India will have to navigate a delicate balance, overcoming partisan pressure from many sides to bridge the differences, while also being cognizant of its own strategic self-interests. This historic role brings additional responsibilities, as many non-G20 countries, particularly from Global South, look up to India to voice their concerns at the G20, whose decisions will have a huge impact on their economies and their lives. So how should India leverage its soft power? Just 2 more minutes. In the fractured world order, India occupies a position of great acceptability across all divides, and is therefore in a position to heal the divide and forge greater consensus for common good. For this purpose, India has chosen to focus on its wide spectrum of soft power and cultural diplomacy, underpinned by its cultural prowess, heritage, and civilizational values. India's soft power spectrum ranges across the board, from yoga to Ayurveda, to textiles, to cuisine, to spirituality, to folk art, music, and most important, its unity in diversity. As the world's 3rd largest producer of renewable energies, India will also look to project its soft power through its green initiatives. So in conclusion, let me say that India has assumed the G20 presidency at a time of great challenges and responsibility. The soft power approach adopted by India will certainly be an important tool to tell a better story of what India stands for, presenting a contrast to the strife and conflict that seems to have become the order of the day. But let's be forewarned. The soft power being showcased should not become an end in itself. Our focus must remain on the substance, not the form. If the G20 does not offer innovative solutions to the world's most pressing economic problems promptly, the rest of the world will continue to question its relevance and value. I will conclude with a famous quote or 2 lines of mine, which is probably relevant today. निकले थे अकेले मंजिल की ओर, निकले थे अकेले मंजिल की ओर, लोग मिलते गए और कारवां बन गया. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your candid views, and I'm glad you endorse my point of view that India must act as a hard power too. And I'll just add 1 line here. Unless we Bharati would not have our international media outlets like Al Jazeera, like BBC, we would not be able to assert our positioning on this world stage. So I would request now our next speaker, and my request is to stick around to 8 minutes each speech. Our next speaker is Mr. Narendra Taneja ji, and I'll request him to come here and to deliver his views.
Well, good afternoon, my friends. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Professor Sharma. And thanks to each one of you and IIM Rohtak and the government of Haryana. Very tough topic in the sense that, especially in the context of G20, at the same time, actually very easy. I say tough because when you have to put it in that thread of G20, which is essentially actually an economic platform. We do talk about other things, but it is more about economy. And if what I've heard, rumors that this year in September, when the G20 summit happens in Delhi, Africa as a whole, Africa Union would be probably admitted as a new member, and it may become G21. And I've heard rumors, I'm using the word rumors, and that would be great because Africa is a great continent and Africa is all about future. People say this century is China's century. We love to call it India's century, but my own sense is that by 2050, both India and China will peak. In the sense, India will be roughly $30 trillion economy in nominal basis. China will be slightly bigger, but we will need Africa in order to sustain growth and sustain prosperity, and Africa will be the beneficiary of that. We will need Africa, Europe will need Africa, America will need Africa, Latin America will also need Africa. So I think the high time that we take Africa into the fold of G20. You see, when we talk of soft power, people talk of Bollywood, our architecture, dances, and all our cultural heritage. Absolutely. But the way I look at it is slightly beyond it, in the sense, you see, Indianness, Hindustaniyat is all about software, soft power, soft strength. The way we think as Indians, the way we work as an individual wherever we go in the world, or as an individual whenever we are interacting with foreigners, our soft power is at display. I mean, look, go back 3,000 years, 2,000 years, even beyond, and you can see that. I was in Bali recently, and I felt so proud. Wherever you go, you see India, you see our heritage, you see our thoughts. And similarly, I share an anecdote with you, it's a little story. I was in Saudi Arabia, where Islam was born, as we all know. And I was at the guest house of a company called Saudi Aramco. How many of you have heard of Saudi Aramco, company called Saudi Aramco? Oh, great. Saudi Aramco, since you are MBA students, is the largest corporate entity known to the humankind in terms of its valuation, and therefore also in terms of presence and power. So I was in their guest house, and there was a book there about Saudi Aramco and history of Saudi Arabia, etc. And there was a big chapter on a role India played in terms of mathematics, that how zero traveled from there to Dhahran in Saudi Arabia, and from there to Italy. There was a comprehensive, detailed piece on that. And I was there alone in the guest house with 5 rooms, staying there. I was there for my work. And I felt so proud. We didn't have to say it. They know it. Same goes, for instance, when you go to Japan, you go to China, you go to Southeast Asia, you go, my friend's country, Afghanistan, you go to Central Asia. We don't have to say anything. It's all there for people to see, experience. And the difference you see, when we go to Afghanistan, what do? We build hospitals. We build cultural centers, IT centers, and most importantly, we build their Parliament House. When we build Parliament House, the message is, that's what we believe in. Democracy. India is the land where democracy was born. We all know the history of Vaishali. How democracy was practiced there. When I go to Iceland, I've been there several times, they say we kind of are the home to parliamentary democracy. My friends are here from Greece, of course, we all know the history of Greece. But our history is as rich as that of any other country. When we go to Afghanistan, when we go to Africa, When we go to Laos, when we go to Cambodia, we actually contribute to their soft power. We help these countries, these societies to gain strength, to become powerful, not for us, for themselves. And that's our strength. This is Hindustaniyat. We don't need to go on the rooftop. I don't want to be critical of any country. But when Chinese go, you know what they do. In Africa, I was there. I've seen with my own eyes. They helped the local government to build, you know what? A modern prison. Imagine. Look at what's happening to Pakistan's economy. Look at what happened to Sri Lanka's economy. Who is behind that? Who is most active in Pakistan's economy? Through a platform called BRI. How many of you know BRI? What is BRI? Belt and Road Initiative of China. Now the point I'm trying to make is just this, that we don't need to be, we just need to be ourselves, Indians. We just need to strengthen the Indianness, the Hindustaniyat in us. Strengthen and be proud of it. I've been to about 100 countries. I moved out of India to Europe to study when I was 19. Straight from UP. I'm from Uttar Pradesh. I had not even seen Delhi. I saw London before I saw Delhi. And I discovered how different we were and how rich is India. India is not only about the government. India is not only about the constitution. India is what you are as a person, as a family. That's India. And that's what we carry wherever we go. I've heard these people saying that Indians always carry India with them. You can never take, India out of an Indian. Even if you have lived in Canada or France or Australia for all your life. And that's the beauty. That's soft power. At the same time, you assimilate with the local societies. In Melbourne, there are more than 300,000 Indians. And I was there recently, and the government officials there told me, we have absolutely no problems with the Indians because they assimilate so well, while still maintaining their identity. They contribute. That's the beauty. And that's why we want more Indians to come. That's the government official, a minister telling me. So that's I know I have limited time, but other thing, we call it ahimsa, peace, non-violence, Buddhism, Mahatma Gandhi. Look, this is a message that India is a peaceful country. We are also a very strong military power, but we don't have power. Look at India's history. We don't have military power to go and attack anybody. We've never done that. Never. And if you look at India's history carefully, even when Mughals were here, even when the Brits were here, or the Portuguese here, India had never been a dictatorship. India has always been a democracy. They came here, there's some Maharajas and others, they ruled by whatever way. But as far as the people are concerned, as far as our society is concerned, as far as villages are concerned, India has always been democracy. They came, they tried to destroy democracy at the very roots, destroy this Indianness, they never succeeded. Nobody. That's our strength. That's our soft power. Now, just to very close, everybody these days talking about climate change, green revolution, love trees, love mountains, love rivers, love animals. When I go to Europe, I sit in lecture halls like this, sometimes I listen, and I said, oh, this is all very, very familiar. In India, we don't need to learn it. It's there. It's in our DNA to love nature, to love animals. We worship. We go beyond just loving. Rivers, mountains. Yes, we have made some mistakes and we do rectify them like Joshimat, etc. I'm not saying that we're 100% perfect, but all I'm saying, that's us. That's our power. Just to conclude, all we need to do is all there. Plan is there. We are already like that. All we need to do is just one thing. We are Indians. We are proud Indians. It's time for us to become great Indians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Narendra Taneja ji. I would now request Ms. Pratibha ji to come and reflect your views.
Namaskar, good afternoon. I hope all of you are awake because we are discussing a very serious topic. Mr. Sharma, the director of IIM, thank you for inviting me to be a panelist with all these very eminent people and all you renowned, successive, eminent people that I share the stage with today. Thank you. India is a treasure house of art, and its huge diversity of artistic traditions, vibrant colors, a variety of music and soundscapes is unparalleled in the world. You see and experience art wherever you travel in India, from the humble abodes of simple village folks, village homes, who paint their outer walls, inner walls, with little paintings that they do themselves artistically, to the rangolis that you see outside every home, not just in villages, but in smaller towns, because that's the tradition of India, where the women folk come out every day, they wash the doorstep and they draw the rangoli. That's how they express their creativity every morning. The traditional songs sung out, on every occasion, traditional dances, which we have for every occasion. The manner in which art is integrated into the Indian way of life is mind-boggling. This is perhaps why we took art and artists for granted. Art was everywhere. It was a part of us. It was inside of us. So why invest in propagating art? This was the thinking of the government and the establishment. And I'm not surprised, because even today we've heard our eminent speakers talk about hard art and hard power and soft power, without realizing that culture is what makes us who we are. Culture is our identity. Divorce yourself from culture, you're nobody. If you have to straddle the world as a proud global Indian, you have to have a brush with who you are, and you have to know what your identity is, and identity is your culture. Our culture, our traditions, our arts speak for who we are as a people. And like I said, if we promote it strategically, it can be a very powerful tool. Today's dancers and musicians are like the ancient traveling bards, propagating Indian culture and arts. Culture all over the world is regarded as a soft power, but it's not as soft as it's displayed or spoken about or talked about, because every great economic power has used its soft skills, soft power, its cultural power to get the world to accept it. Despite the sea change in attitude and support to the arts, it's our arts and the values we uphold and propagate through them that have stood the test of time and continue to give a peep into our rich artistic values and the way of life. Our lives have undergone and are undergoing major changes. So-called education and development, devoid of cultural tools and values, has changed our society dramatically. Unfortunately, power and money is with those who have no understanding of the aesthetic and the epistemological functions of art, be it the state or the corporates. I'm with all of you who are going to be, who are going to enter the corporate world or maybe into government. And you must remember that if you do not promote our culture, our tangible and intangible heritage, our artists, our intangible heritage, and if you do not understand who you are, what your art stands for, then you really will not be doing great service to your country. That our arts, both tangible and intangible, should be preserved, promoted, and propagated all over the world with more gusto, more energy, more commitment, more forcefulness, and with larger budgets is the necessity of the times we live in. In the last decade, India has emerged as a major player globally. When the government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, took on the task of promoting yoga internationally and lobbying with the UN and UNGA to declare June 21st as International Yoga Day, India's soft power presence was felt around the world. However, India's presence is yet to be felt in every major and minor cultural festival across the globe. There should be no art and culture festival in the world that does not showcase Indian arts and artists in performances. This should be our next goal in propagating our soft power globally. And I hope that through G20, we're able to accomplish this. The barriers of language, culture-specific performances like the opera, music, or dances, which the West would ordinarily term ethnic and not present in the mainstream performances or venues of mainstream performances, should no longer hold water where India is concerned. I'm a Bharatanatyam dancer of a 45-year standing, and I have performed in over 80 countries around the world. But I do know that when I initially traveled the world, I used to be called ethnic. They would say, here is this beautiful ethnic dancer from India. And I would say, I'm a living, dynamic person and a dancer who chose to be a professional. So I'm not a museum piece. I'm not ethnic. You are ethnic to me by the color of your skin and the way you speak. So we could all be, we could compartmentalize the whole world and say, these are ethnic, that's ethnic, because it's just a matter of perception and where you're from. And today, with India being in a position of strength and India being one of the fastest growing economies in the world, especially in this part of the world, and Europe collapsing, Russia having its problems, China getting weaker, by the month, I think we should come together as people and understand how to promote ourselves. Not just, commerce comes after identity. Commerce comes or economics comes after art and culture and your heritage and your living traditions are understood. Without that, like I said, you really are nobody. You're making money for some company and that company goes on getting richer and richer. And doesn't really, just a fallout of that may come to you as bonuses. Otherwise, who are you? What do you stand for? What do you speak for? And that is what I'm here to, tell you. India's traditional culture has been a source of attraction to the West. Yes, like I said, ethnic, especially with its rapid rise as a major economic power. India has to quickly understand that economic rise and power is not sustainable without expanding its cultural footprints in the world and becoming more acceptable by increasing its influential reach. What is soft power? It's influence, right? It's influential reach on the world stage. India's engagement with several countries through bilateral and multilateral cooperation should attract the world's attention to Indian arts and art forms, and only then can we go towards becoming a super soft power. With India's G20 presidency, a number of activities are ongoing in different parts of the country. We must utilize this opportunity to showcase Indian arts and artists in a manner befitting the stature for others to understand the value and meaning of arts and artistic lives of Indians. This is where I come to, having a different point of view from the establishment, because I feel that just by grouping many art forms together and showcasing art forms for 10, 15 minutes will not befit the value of arts that we give to ourselves, because there's something called sthana, mana, and auchitya. And these are the three words that people who administer arts have to understand. What is sthana? Sthana is positioning. How do you position your arts? Where do you position your arts? Are they just nachne wale, gaane wale? Or are they, propagators of your traditional values and your traditional heritage? Who are they? Dancers and musicians are not just dancers and musicians. They're artists because they spend their lifetimes in the art. Mana, respect. How much respect you have for the arts. Sthana, position. Mana, respect. And auchitya is propriety. How do you position your arts? While you're eating and drinking, you have dancers and musicians performing because that is, entertainment? No. In India, arts was never for entertainment. Arts was to, lead you to a higher goal in your life, to a higher reality, to a higher idealism, where you saw God, Godhood, and understood the values of living and being. Everything else comes after. I'm finishing for, and just give me 2 minutes because I'm the only culture person on this panel. In the spirit of peace and development, and echoing India's mission advocacy of one earth, one family, one future, premium arts festivals organized in India and those in other countries should join hands in encouraging and promoting exchange and cooperation among each other, preserving and creating outstanding works of art in their own cities and countries to showcase the cultural diversity of India and the world. It was in this spirit of increasing India's cultural footprints globally that I conceptualized and founded the Delhi International Arts Festival in 2007. The tagline of Delhi International Arts Festival was, "Where India meets the world." And I'm talking of 2007, 15 years ago. When I did the festival last month, the tagline was, "Where Bharat meets India," because somewhere along the line, Bharat and India had got divorced, and our new generation had no connect with the real India, that is Bharat. Among the many things that Delhi International Arts Festival achieved has been the powerful projection of India as a cultural superpower and unifying the globe into one aesthetic, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. What is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? It is the world is one family. It is time to reinforce this projection of India during its presidency of G20. On the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and India's presidency of G20, it is time to consolidate all our efforts and retell the arts and cultural story of India to the world by presenting the rich diversity of our art forms, from the most traditional to the most contemporary expression of music, dance, theater, literature, visual arts, and cinema. It's our collective responsibility to invest in culture and instill pride in our artistic traditions to the new generation of Indians. I believe that art sensitizes, art humanizes, and art makes a better person of each and every one of us. A society touched by the arts is accepting of many different cultures, many perspectives, and many forms of expression. When societies transformed into cultural societies, countries transform too into cultured countries. A country or a people that value, I'm finishing, please, just 1 second. A country or people that value the arts and artists can claim to be truly cultured country. And my mission is to reinstill pride in our cultural and artistic traditions, while simultaneously exposing all of you and the people of India to cultures of the world, so that there is a healthy understanding and appreciation of diverse cultural practices. In the deeply divisive world we live today, we not only owe it to our future generations to break barriers of gender stereotypes and make the world more equal to women, but also to break barriers or break narratives and rhetoric of hate and divisiveness and make the world more harmonious and peaceful for all, irrespective of gender. This can be achieved only through culture. Therefore, culture is called soft power. Development and cooperation of the arts festivals around the world unite the world in time and space and go beyond national boundaries or borders. The organization that I founded and I'm the managing trustee of is called Forum for Art Beyond Borders. The idea is to dissolve artificial barriers and borders created by a very divisive world full of hate, and to reconcile this hate with love, peace, culture, and harmony. India has arrived on the world economic and cultural map and can now set the agenda. It can also further its political and economic aspirations through effective and carefully positioned soft diplomacy. And I really believe that what hard diplomacy cannot achieve, soft diplomacy can. And that is why we always talk of track 2 diplomacy, or we talk of arts and artists as our cultural ambassadors. Thank you so much for the time given to me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You said very well, the culture is identity. Allow me to say that culture is inbuilt power. Culture is soft and hard power both. So now we would like to hear banker's opinion on soft power as well as hard power. I would say money talks, and money rules the world.
Honorable Justice Gupta, Excellency Professor Dheeraj Sharma, dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, dear students, the future of our country. Namaste. That's how I'd like to start it off with. And good afternoon. It's an honor to stand before all of you and with this very distinguished panel to talk about the role of India in the presidency of the G20 and building global kinship through soft power. There is a paucity of time, so I'm going to cut down a lot of what I wanted to talk about. But the advantages, the earlier speakers have already said many things which then I will not repeat, but I will try and give you a little bit of a personal experience and things which you cannot Google of what I've encountered soft power in Central Asia, where I spent 10 years, and other parts of the world of the CIS countries, Russia and the CIS countries. Professor Sharma had mentioned at the beginning that GDP is not the only measure. And I think that's absolutely right. And we are talking about respect, love of the other nations for us. And what we see as soft power as defined by the political scientist, Professor Joseph Nye, is the ability to achieve goals through attraction rather than coercion and force. And I think I have personally experienced, the power of India's soft power in my travels around the world. But again, like I mentioned, I'll tell you just about what my experiences were in the CIS countries. When I first went to Tajikistan, it was very unfamiliar territory. And the first day I was little apprehensive because everything was written in Cyrillic, no signages in English, people only talk Russian and Tajik. But I went for lunch, and we went for lunch to an outdoor restaurant, the Moskva restaurant out there. Beautiful weather, lovely place. But the best thing was when I went there, I heard Indian songs being played and people dancing out there. And suddenly I just felt that you were welcomed, and that I must say, I mean, I'm a professional, I've also done business management. I've been a banker for a long time, but so I'm used to cold, hard facts, looking at financial numbers, etc. But this was one of the main reasons for us to kind of
stay in Tajikistan, and well, actually, we stayed in Central Asia for 10 years. We saw this love and affection in other places also. Once I remember in Samarkand, when were standing in front of the Registan, a major tourist place, a bus came, and then a lot of young students, must be about your age or maybe a little younger, they came out of the bus, and then they met us and talked with us. And when they realized that we were from India, all of them wanted to take pictures with us. That is so sweet of them. And another time when we had gone to Russia and standing in this long queue before immigration, the immigration officer sees our Indian passports in our hands, and he calls us over. And he takes us to a separate counter, and he cleared us off in just 2 minutes, all the while singing Raj Kapoor songs. So, you know, these are the things which really give you that feel and the pride of being an Indian. When India assumed the presidency of the G20, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi assured the world that India's G20 presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, decisive, and action-oriented. Hope, harmony, peace, and stability. These are the defining ideas that will frame India's presidency. We already know about the influence of India in the world from our ancient times, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, how they've affected the philosophical minds of people around the world, the spiritual leaders around the world. We've seen how the religions have influenced Asia and now the rest of the world also, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, ancient religions from India. I think Professor Taneja mentioned about the impact of zero, the shunya, which originated from India, and the decimal system. So all these have been wonderful gifts which India has provided in the past, and it continues to do so today. Yoga was already mentioned. I will not talk anymore on that. Cuisine, well, since this is a practical advice, let me tell you young students out here. Cuisine, the influence of Indian cuisine has been a significant factor in projecting India's soft power in the world. Our country's diverse cuisine has won the hearts of people around the world and has led to the popularity of Indian restaurants. And there would be very few cities in the world which do not have an Indian restaurant. For me personally, and please take heed, my wife being a very good cook was decidedly a great advantage for me. I earned a lot of friends and relationships because people would be very eager to come to our house and eat. So those of you who don't know how to cook, please learn, or you marry somebody who knows how to cook well. On the medical front, I think India has made some great contributions to the world. General A.K. Singh was mentioning about how do you reconcile army, soft power, hard power, and all. So one of the things which I would like to tell you is that in Tajikistan, there is the Indian-Tajikistan Friendship Hospital, okay, which had been running for a long time. And just last year, the Indian government handed it over to the Tajik government. And this was actually run by our doctors from the Indian Army. And over the last 8 years, they have treated more than 100,000 people. They've carried out more than 2,000 surgeries in just 2 years. So this has earned a tremendous amount of goodwill amongst the people of Tajikistan. I'm sure similar things must be there in other parts of the world. You would have read recently about the Indian Army again setting up a field hospital in Turkey to take care of the people who have been affected by the earthquake. So these are again examples of what we are able to do and what we are projecting, helping out people. The NDRF, yesterday, the Director General mentioned about it. And it's not just Turkey. In the past, we've helped Nepal, Japan, Bhutan, and of course, within the country itself. Education and training, I think these are fields where India is really number one. We have institutions in this country which are regarded highly all over the world. The IIMs, XLRI, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the IITs. And these not only attract people to come and study here in India, but also the graduates. You will be doing that. The graduates are going out and conquering the world. So large corporations, very influential corporations, international development agencies, all these have Indians at, right at the very top. Also, what India has been doing is offering trainings for countries where they do not have these infrastructure. And what happens is, I've seen that, is that people are very, very thrilled and they are eager to be coming to India to study here. And when they go back, they are our ambassadors actually. So they go back with a lot of goodwill. And these are all smart people who come in here. And they are destined for bigger things in their country. So that goodwill will continue in the future also. While talking about education, I think all of us know that India is known as the IT powerhouse, and very, very justly so. And during the COVID times, what we've also seen is that the digital world has really has grown, and it's become indispensable for us, whether it be in our work life or in our daily activities. One thing which really struck me when we came back to India, we came back last year, and we had not been for the last 2-3 years because of COVID, is how the UPI has taken off. It's quite amazing how it is percolating to the smallest corners, to the little chai shop out there. In fact, the Golgappa, Puchka guys also have this QR code out there. Amazing stuff. But while this has been amazing for us here in India, some of the numbers which are quoted were 40% of the world's real-time payment transactions took place through UPI. 460 million new bank accounts were opened on the basis of digital identity. And this really makes us a leader in financial inclusion. But while India is making digital access public, globally, there is a massive digital divide. Only 50 countries have this digital payment systems. And India sees digital transformation as the key to reaching sustainable development goals on poverty, education, health, and direct benefit transfers. The Indian embassies have been doing a fantastic job, projecting India's soft power. But I would like to tell you, the youngsters particularly, that this is not just the responsibility of our diplomats or our government officials. This is a responsibility all of us have. And all of us need to ensure that we are ambassadors for our country. India's presidency in the G20 is an opportunity to showcase India, and there are going to be 200 plus events around the country in 56 different places. And you will get a chance to interact with the dignitaries and the visitors who are coming here. And it is up to you to make them feel welcome and feel a part of the family. The essence of India's G20 presidency is enshrined in the ancient Sanskrit ethos as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We've heard about that. The earlier speakers have spoken about it. And the G20 logo with the lotus supporting, cradling the globe affirms the value of all life, human, animal, plant, and microorganisms, and their interconnectedness on the planet Earth and in the wider universe. But this is not a new concept. Ours is an ancient civilization, and the values of our G20 are actually encompassed, of our G20 presidency are actually encompassed in our daily lives in the salutation we make every day. Namaste. Namaste, in a sense, is saying, the divine in me bows to the divine in you. I honor the light, love, beauty, truth, and kindness within you, which is also within me. There is no distance and there is no difference between us. We are the same, we are one. How much better could it be stated with just this gesture of namaste? So this presidency is a testament of our country's growing influence and leadership in the world. And as we navigate through this VUCA times, India's efforts to build global kinship through soft powers are more critical than ever. We are shaping the global discourse, building strong partnerships, encouraging mutual understanding, and establishing ourselves as a leader in promoting peace, development, and inclusivity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your views. We know one reality, blood is thicker than water. But we learned another reality, oil floats on water. So I would request Madam Padmaji to reflect her views in context of her expertise about world's largest resource, oil. Madam Padmaji.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta, Professor Dheeraj Sharma, and all the students who are gathered here to listen to us. I'm indeed honored to be part of this esteemed panel, and I do thank IIM Rohtak for giving us this opportunity. Well, it does make my task easier because the esteemed panel members before me have covered most of the things I had to tell you all. So now I've been thinking seriously of what do I tell you? So let me first start with talking about Indian oil, because as you know, and as was said earlier, oil is a very precious commodity. In fact, it's often called liquid gold. So you would actually know already, which has already been mentioned, that India is import dependent to the extent of almost 85% for oil and more than 50% for gas. So in the run up to energy transition, as it's called, when you would be seeing newer forms of energy becoming part and parcel of the energy basket, India indeed has to traverse a very long path, because as you know, coal, of which the sector of which I'm not part of, coal, oil, and gas, which are the three hydrocarbons and which make up a sizable amount of our energy basket, all three traditionally have the perception of being in very part of a very dirty hydrocarbon world. So when India this year has taken up the G20 presidency, in fact, one of the first engagements we have had, and which has just got concluded from the 6th to 8th, was the engagement on energy, more particularly on oil and gas in Bangalore. And the theme of this 3-day discussion, in which members of OPEC were there, and International Energy Agency, and literally the who's who of the oil and gas sector. The theme was one which was indeed talking about the need for all players in the world to come together in this transition, to make it a collaborative effort for us to usher in what would be a very ideal green and hydrocarbon-free world. Having said that, of course, as being part of the Indian oil family and a company that has traditionally actually been founded, as you can see in the name itself, Indian Oil. So it's indeed going to be a path ahead, which makes it a little difficult for us to transition. But given the fact that India's G20 presidency would actually enable us to go into collaboration, because for energy transition, what you would need are basically two things. What do you think they are? You are all people who are doing your MBA. So first, of course, would be technology, because as and when newer forms of energy have to make their way into the energy basket, you would realize that most of the technologies needed for this energy transition are at a very nascent stage. So scaling it up and bringing it to the part where it becomes economically viable for us to use is a major challenge. And as you all know, for technology, we have been traditionally dependent on the developed world. So that's the first challenge for developing countries like India. And second and more as important is, of course, the economic challenge. In fact, what has been said is you would be requiring to spend, the energy world would be requiring to spend every year on the transition, almost the equivalent to Germany's GDP. In fact, even more than India's GDP, somewhere close to Germany's GDP for every year in the next 20 years. So where do these resources come from? Again, it's from the developed world. So our Prime Minister has made a very telling comment, and in a very assertive way, that yes, the need for the developed world to recognize the fact that they must take along the developing world in the path to transition is what the next 20 years are going to be. Indian Oil, as part of this energy transition and as India's leading energy company, also realizes this. And much as we would like to say that, yes, soft power could take us there, it would be obviously a soft power on the basis of the hard part, which is required. So what does it mean? Hard power means, yes, of course, recognizing the fact that when you are oil import dependent, the exchange rate fluctuations always give you a heartbeat and make you skip a heartbeat. In fact, whenever the dollar starts appreciating with respect to the rupee, you start mentally calculating how it's going to affect your bottom line. And more important, the price of the oil per barrel itself. And as you can see, oil being so volatile, sometimes at $60, sometimes at 120, this really affects our bottom line. For example, Indian oil, we have a turnover of 7 lakh crore. And last year we made a record profit of 24,000 odd crores. But there was a time when we had, just the year before, we had a revenue of around 5.7 lakh crores. And believe me, we had a profit of only 1,313. So that's how volatile is the world in which our industry is operating. So that comes as the first part, that yes, obviously hard power is about bargaining for a better deal, diversifying our sources, etc. Where does the soft power come from? We are proud Indians, and in fact, it's inherent in the company's name, which says Indian Oil. And we stand for the core values of CIPT, which means care, innovation, passion, and trust. I believe, oh, I've got this thing of concluding, which I think I have not spoken for 5 minutes yet. Yeah, okay. So this soft power of care, innovation, passion, and trust, which Indian Oil has amply exhibited by sending supplies of diesel on credit lines solely on our own to Sri Lanka when they were in dire straits. It was quite a difficult decision to take because, you do not know where the money is going to come to you. But yet we sent parcel after parcel for helping Sri Lanka, tide over what could have potentially been a disaster because petrol pumps were running dry there. So I think as a proud Indian Oil person, I would say, even in the times of COVID, we kept our petrol pumps running. We, in fact, supplied liquid medical oxygen, not only to India, but we even sent some parcels abroad. So we demonstrate in true spirit, right from the year we were set up, which was 1964, for everything which we think India stands for. And we hope in the journey forward also, along with proving ourselves, in fact, in Energy Transition Index, we have been rated the #1 Indian company because we have made considerable forays in the other forms of energy. So we truly believe that Indian Oil will become an Indian energy company, which will give you all forms of energy. And in doing this, I believe it will be a combination of hard and soft power. And we would be using both to achieve our goal. And in that, our goal is aligned to India's goal. And in fact, Indian Oil has also announced that we would be becoming a net zero company by 2046, much ahead of India's goal of 2070, which is calling for a lot as a hydrocarbon company, but that's it. So this is where we stand as Indian Oil. Thank you so much for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We do have one more speaker, but we'll ask him to speak in next session because he's very important. We like to hear his views from Afghanistan, what Afghan brothers and sisters expect from India. So we are running out of time for this session. Few minutes are dedicated for Q&A session.
So just any questions, I mean, just raise your hands, please. And you can pass the mic. My suggestion is just get to the question, no introduction is needed.
So my question is, how is India's ideology of Vasudev Kutumbakam, which as discussed means world is one family. So how is this ideology a crucial factor in building soft power-based global kinship?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. You see, the world today is focused on I, me, mine. From multilateralism, we are moving towards unilateralism. everybody is only confining to his or his country's interests. In this kind of background and atmosphere, to have an adage, the world is one family, which means you not only look after your own interests, but also be cognizant of the interests of other countries, especially those who are weaker, who don't have a strong voice. And that's what India hopes to represent. It's already accepted. It's an accepted voice in world affairs. But today, it's becoming more prominent towards this focus of the world is one. So let's cut out the strife, let's cut out the conflict, and let's look at the world as one family. Thank you.
Well, just to add, to what General said, look, we don't live in an ideal world. We are a developing economy, and we are surrounded by all kinds of countries. China on the north, not exactly a friend. Indian Ocean, there are submarines and warships of so many countries, not necessarily they're all friends. So what we must learn lessons from the history, our own history of last 2,500 years. First, our focus has to be build our economy. The best we can do for our country in terms of our image, in terms of whatever, for instance, we might be seeking in the life, ideal world, to be, how we look at the world and all that. First, next 20 years, our focus should be to grow our economy at 10% per annum for the next 20 years. If we manage to do that, we will be in a position to participate, maybe even to lead, to build a global narrative, which will be based on the kind of vision that I can see in your question. Right? It's a practical word. We need to be just strong economically, militarily, politically, and diplomatically. Right now, that's what we need. We need to build one of the strongest economies ever known to the history of humankind. Number two, we need to build the strongest possible, armed forces, including Space Force. We need that. You see, you need to have power, strengthen your muscle, and deep pockets, strong economy. Otherwise, we live in, let's be practical. You may go on the rooftop, deliver the best possible talk. Nobody's going to pay any attention to. But if you have power, and if you have the right ideals, and you don't plan to harm anybody, the world will actually look up to you and listen to you. So it's important. Ideals are fine, great. Ideas are very good, but focus on one thing, build economy and build military power.
I like your question for two reasons, but I'm going to focus on why Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is important today. When COVID struck and all of us were in our own isolated worlds, we realized that it wasn't just a problem that affected me or my family or my country, my society, my community. The COVID pandemic showed us that whatever happened today in China could happen tomorrow in America, could affect the world, in a devastating way, like it affected Europe and affected many other countries, through devastation. All these countries, the superpowers, initially thought that they were beyond, commission or omission, in the sense that they set the rules of the game on the world stage. They decided who was a traitor or a dictator or what was happening in other countries. They never ever realized or even attempted to understand the cultures of the countries they were going to war with. They accused those leaders, they accused the people, they went to war, they took money out of those countries, they took many other things out of their countries, but ultimately destroyed human lives. But these countries suddenly realized that they were not isolated from the effects of the pandemic, that their population could die too, with the same speed and the same urgency that it was happening all over the world. So suddenly, America felt vulnerable. Germany felt vulnerable. Italy felt vulnerable. All these countries, England felt vulnerable. And China, of course, was vulnerable. So at this time, this is the time when we start speaking more forcefully about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, because in our Vedas, we consider the entire planet, the entire universe as one family. And we realized then, our sages then, thousands of years ago, realized that what could happen to you today could happen to somebody else tomorrow and could happen to a third person day after. So don't, live in some sort of a dream world or a dreamland thinking that this is not going to affect me. So this is not my problem, because whatever is my problem is your problem tomorrow and everybody else's problem the day after. And that was the message of COVID pandemic, right? So when we talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we talk about building human relationships with people of countries which are vastly different from us, cultures that are vastly different from us. How does that happen? Because a people-to-people relationship, people-to-people understanding, people-to-people association is more powerful than anything else anybody else can talk about, because they're more lasting. These relationships, these friendships, the respect, the understanding, the harmony. Because ultimately, that is what you talk when you speak about public opinion. What does the public understand of you? Does the public know you? So they know you through your literature, your art, your culture, your behavior, your cuisine, your cinema, your dance, your music. That is how a culture represents itself to another culture that doesn't understand them. So that is why the two words that you used, soft diplomacy and its relevance, and the times we live in, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and its relevance.
Yeah, continuing from what Mr. Taneja said also, that yes, India is in the path to becoming an economic superpower. But we believe that while it's very easy to say that the developed world in its run up to becoming a developed world used up all the energy resources and therefore polluted the atmosphere, and now why is it incumbent on the developing nations to pay for it? That's one way of looking at it. But we in India believe that the world necessarily needs to come together as one. So though we require more energy as in our run up to becoming an economic superpower, we will do it in a more nuanced way by trying to make the transition to cleaner forms of energy and realizing that, yes, the atmosphere in which we are all living and we breathe is not over one country alone. It's across the globe. So we realize that. So I think deep rooted in our culture is the thing that humanity must come together as one and grow together. Thank you.
Next question.
So my question is, how can the youth of the country use the soft power and the rich cultural background to reach Sarvodaya, which is progress of all, to move towards a world which we wish to see?
I think, well, let me go a little bit back also. The way we Indians are thinking, our mindset, which yesterday we were talking about a little bit, our mindset has been changing. Please sit, it's okay. Has been changing, when I see the youngsters of today, you are really confident young people, bright people who are, stepping out into the world, very confident in yourselves. And you know much more about the culture and the history of the country and what we should be proud of than what it used to be many years ago. So you have that background. You don't have a baggage. But it's important to know where you come from. It's important to know that you are at this stage and you have such a huge civilization behind you, the culture behind you, and the soft power as well as the hard power right now behind you. Now, when you are going forward in life, when you're working here in India, or maybe many of you will go overseas, these are the things which should be, you should be taking pride in, you should be knowing about it. And you should be able to express it without any feeling of, being shy or feeling that, okay, this would not be acceptable. This is something you should be proud of. This is something which will benefit a lot of other people. And these are the factors which I think when you carry forward, when you know your culture, when you take pride in it, that will help you stand out. That will help you do well in your organizations. And it'll help you be confident in your thoughts and processes. You don't have to follow the same path which is followed by others. You can set your own paths. You can do creative stuff. You can go ahead with the confidence which this empowers you with. So I hope this answers the question.
Next question.
Yeah, good evening. So my question is that India has a really rich heritage. It also has a lot of cultural capitals like yoga, meditation, and in the field of medicine, Ayurveda. So how does the promotion of these cultural capitals serve as an example for other G20 and non-G20 countries to preserve their own cultural capitals and promote their own cultural ethos?
You see, it goes back to the same thing. We are chair of G20 for this year. Next time is going to be Brazil. Yesterday it was Indonesia. All these countries also have their own cultures. And if you look at their history, they have also contributed. Each one, even the smallest countries have contributed in its own way. The question is that when it comes to building global narratives, whether on culture, on soft power or hard power, you see the world, let's be practical. We have these great ideas, but people will pay attention to our great ideas and our great traditions only when, for instance, we have the strength and they can all right look at us and say, all right, here is a country which has taken care of its people, which has got, good employment rate, which has got a good economy, and therefore they're ready to listen to you. If I go somewhere with my clothes being not in good shape, my shoes completely out of place, and my hair, uncared for, do you think anybody is going to pay attention to me? Answer is no. The previous question was on Sarvodaya. The question is, there was a ship carrying LNG, liquefied natural gas, about to reach Chittagong in Bangladesh, carrying the cargo for the poor country, Bangladesh. Just a day before it was about to anchor there, it turned back and went to Germany. You know why? Because Germany offered to pay 250% more for the same cargo, the rich Germany. And the ship went there from Qatar. And Bangladesh had no option. They protested, but who cares if you're that poor? So that's the reality of the world. You see, it's not that Bangladesh doesn't have anything to offer. It's a great country. I've been there several times. A lot to offer in terms of culture, traditions, songs, music, drama, whatnot. My point is that, for all this, now we are on the right path. Our economy is doing well. And we also know at the same time what our traditions are. We at the same time know what our cultural heritage is. And we also know, for instance, how to put it together, how to articulate who we are as a cultural power, traditions and all that. At the same time, take care of our culture and traditions within the country. For instance, yoga. There are millions who practice yoga, but you'll be surprised to know that many of them don't know actually yoga came from India. And some of them, they don't care. Yoga helps, they like it, period. So we have to be, I'm not saying is that it's good to live in a dream world. It's good to be all that, but at the same time, this is all about how you look after yourself. So I think just to conclude, very simple. We are among the greatest civilization on the planet. We are among the greatest countries in the world, but there's still a lot of things we need to address. We still have caste system. We still have lots of people who are poor. And in India alone, we have got roughly 900 million people who are actually energy poor. On the planet, 3 billion people are energy poor. People like you and me have access to 3-4 air conditioners in our house. We have people in Bihar Many of them don't have access to even refrigerator. So there are many issues we are addressing. The good thing is India is moving in the right direction. We are addressing all these issues, and within next 20 years, we have to make India a developed country. And by 2047, we need, we have political independence, but we need full economic independence. We need full energy independence. We need to be in a position that we can actually hold hands of poorest countries on the planet, like in Africa and Latin America, and work together to create a world which is based on justice, which is based on equal order. Right now, that's not the situation, but we are blessed and we can actually lead to the world. Thank you.
Last question.
So today, what we are witnessing in India is westernization of Indian culture, especially among the youth. So how is the government planning to reawake the strong Indian culture and values among the youth, which would eventually help strengthen the soft power of India?
Well, I'm going to answer your question, though I don't belong to the government and I can't speak on behalf of the government, but I do know that there are some policies in place. I'm going to answer 3 questions, actually. Yours, the previous one about our own cultural heritage and our setting an example, and the Sarvodaya part of it, because they all are affiliated. We've started the new education policy, as you know, and which is from implementing it from this year onwards. And the idea of this new education policy is to add stories that are Indian stories written by Indians, and have culture integrated into the mainstream education system. For the longest ever time, ever since we got our independence, we thought that, if we went to an English-speaking school, there were all these Anglo-Indians that were running those schools those days, then colleges, universities, which taught us, English language skills, we would get good employment, because everything about our education was towards employment, towards commerce. Okay, I'm studying this, I'm going to this school, I'm going to go to this university, and then how much am I going to get in terms of, money when I join a job? Now, education, true education is not about emoluments or a job or how much you're going to get in return in terms of your salary or your perks or anything else. True education is to develop your inner strength of who you are, what you believe in, your belief systems, your value systems, to be able to articulate it forcefully and have the world listen to you. Mahatma Gandhi was able to accomplish that. He didn't have fashionable clothes. He didn't have, he didn't wear the kind of clothes that the Western world expected him to wear. Didn't have great hair, pardon me for saying so, or anything else, but people paid attention when he spoke, right? And even today, the world considers Gandhiji as the father of not just India, father of the nation. His statues are all over the world, in remote cities of the world. So it's not about aping the West. We became India and Bharat. Why? Because we were embarrassed to be Indians. We were embarrassed because the West did not give us approval. If we wore our saris, we wore our bindi, like I said, I was called ethnic, right? But if I wore a skirt or I wore pants, I'm not called ethnic, I'm okay. Even though my dark hair, and my brown skin speaks for it. So today we are calling out racism. Today we are calling out gender discrimination. Today we are calling out many other things that were not called out in the past. We're calling, nations, great economies like America and England selfish, Germany selfish, commerce driven. We're able to call out because we are finally realizing that we have to be proud of ourselves. We have to be proud Indians. And to be a proud Indians, we have to integrate ourselves, our education system, into our cultural stories, our stories of history, our great rulers. At one given point, we all did history. And in our history books, it just seemed that Indians were born to lose, because every king who went to war with any foreign invader lost. So we almost felt like we were a country of losers. But today we realize that history was written by foreigners. We read history written about India by foreigners, right? So this is the time for us to start writing our own history. We view India through our own lens, through our own country, through our history, our people, and be proud of our folk traditions, our cultural traditions, our costumes, our music, our dance. We are not ethnic, we are mainstream. Opera is ethnic for us. Something else which we don't understand is ethnic for us. But we are not ethnic. We are mainstream. And we have to claim our space globally.
Thank
And that's what I want to say. But I think I've answered all
Thank
three
you.
questions.
Thank you. Sir. Sir, as a concluding remark, may I request Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta, sir, to give some concluding remarks before we close the session, sir.
I thank all panelists who have contributed to their best and to my knowledge. The motto of G20, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is a motto for G20, but it is way of life of Indians for we all. We treat everybody as member of the family. There are disputes within the family alone, not with the strangers. So that is part of life. If we fight amongst ourselves, that is part of family tradition. We are like elder brother, not like Uncle Sam, who is a bullying brother. We will act like a big brother as a helping, giving a helping hand to younger brothers and to the other persons. I found there is a synergy between soft power and the hard power. That is what we are looking for G20. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much,
Thank you, sir.
everybody. Thank you. It's a 10 minutes break.
I think we'll conclude.
Thank you so much for those thought-provoking discussions. We would request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Jana Jana Dhika Shubh mein jaage, Shubh आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय 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 जय
Now we would like to request Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director, IIM Rohtak. Everyone, please remain seated.
We'll have snacks right now.
G20
Just wait for 5 minutes.
one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated. G20 summit heritage because you will have a full sustainable development, so peaceful and economic development, and you be the spotlight for global south and its heritage, such as me. Okay. I'm a Canadian in France, but my heritage is to share as ambassador of Paris. Okay. Volunteer programs
to reach one of the top 5 of the world. And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play natural. The human capital which help into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain.
Like I said, teaching France and seeing the development of India in sports management also shows their commitment to sports is one of the most powerful industries. I think this kind of commitment would be appreciated sustainable development
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared global inclusive roles, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting global economies, resilience and recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India, feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital, I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like cubic meter size Rubik's Cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف المجموعة العشرين، فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول ضيفة. دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى مصر التنمية الأساسية. ستضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعداً جديداً لمجموعة العشرين يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك نحو تحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts of sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and joined the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
Leaders. So, one Earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
The key challenges revolve around making sustainable software development cost-effective and resulting in products that are of high quality and that can effectively fulfill user needs. These challenges are far from trivial, but India as a nation is able to meet up to these challenges and lead the world into a greener and better future.
We should talk about India for any sports, for tennis, for rugby, for basketball, for volleyball. It's not the culture, but I'm sure there is great sports development possible for India. Maybe by the organization of world sports events, but maybe there is other ways just by teaching these young Indian people to practice sports, cricket and other ones, so that India can be seen and can develop economically, socially through sports.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated. G20 summit heritage goals. We have all sustainable development, so peace, economic development.
You could come in immediately. We have to do stage setup. Get some. Listen.
Is heritage, such as me. I'm a Canadian living in France. My heritage now is to share as ambassador of Paris 2025, the volunteer programs.
To reach one of the top 5 of the world. And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that role. The human capital which helped into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain.
Like I said, teaching sports economics and seeing
So you
India sports management, those who show their commitment. Sports is one of the this kind of sustainable development and also workplace which is needed.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with this
Check. All students are requested to report in the hall immediately. I repeat, all students are requested to report in the hall immediately.
And sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economies, resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chain.
After visiting this beautiful country, India, feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital. I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like cubic meter.
Good evening, everyone.
We request all the students to settle down quickly. Everyone, please have a seat. We request all the volunteers to ensure that the students are seated. The guests have arrived. क्योंकि जो ग्रीन बॉटल है वो ही छुप रही है। Everyone, please quickly take your seats.
Till here, and then you say a few requests.
The moderator for today, Professor Kostab Ghosh.
Without the main guest. Good evening, everyone. Let us now begin with the second panel discussion of the day. We hope you're all ready for an enlightening discussion.
A warm welcome to all of our panelists for today. The topic for the panel discussion for the evening is G20 Presidency, India Entangling Legal Complexities.
As India assumed the presidency of the G20, it faces the challenges of navigating the complex legal landscape of international law and arbitration. The focus is on India's ability to effectively lead the forum of major economies and address crucial issues such as trade, investment, intellectual property, and data privacy laws that are garnering immediate attention. Let us now introduce our esteemed panelist for this panel discussion.
We request Professor Kostab Ghosh, IIM Rohtak, Dean Academics, IIM Rohtak, who will be the moderator for this session, to kindly introduce the panelists for today.
Good evening to all of you. We have come to the last panel of the day. And since last 2 days, we have been elaborating on different aspects of economy, social development, then sustainability, and of course, the strength of soft power. But however, we all believe that the strength of the legal system and the judicial and regulatory system is no less than improving the conduct of the business, because every business is conducted within a legal boundary and framework. Contracts are signed, business is transacted, operated in a certain manner, and particularly in the context of the current G20 presidency of India, the importance of cross-border relationship, cross-border alliances, cross-border opportunities, as well as cross-border challenges have assumed a new dimension. We are already witnessing different things, and therefore I have a great expectation to this particular panel that they are going to throw light on various aspects. So we have with us Dr. From Competition Commission of India, Dr. K.D. Singh. We'll welcome, we facilitate him. We have the next panelist, Mr. Tahir Goda. You have already listened to him, but in this particular panel, he's going to throw light on a different aspect. Particularly, I would request him in case of extradition treaties and the cross-border, exchange of the fraudsters or the criminals and political asylum they seek in other countries, how it's going to be worked out. We have Professor Faiz with us. He has done research, he's operating in a conflict zone, and therefore we look forward to him to listen to how to conduct business, how to conduct trade in conflict zones, and how to make the laws, regulations, and other things that can facilitate the relationship with the neighboring countries. We also part of the panel, Professor Peter, who will also throw light how probably the system, the judicial system can further improve, can only improve when we take from a social point of view, we take from a human point of view, and we take from a soft power point of view. So without wasting any further time, I request our esteemed panelists to share their initial thoughts. And may I request Dr. K.D. Singh to share his thoughts, please.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Now, it is a matter of great pride for India to take over the G20 presidency. And on this summit, the topic for today's panel discussion, disentangling legal complexities, is of great contemporary relevance for the management school pass outs, as you all will be entering into a new role, and you have to work within a regulatory and legislative ecosystem. Now, in that ecosystem, a lot of compliances would be required to be ensured by the businesses. Now, when we talk about compliances, it is of paramount importance that first and foremost, we must be able to understand the laws and nuances. Because in law, the presumption is that ignorance of law is no excuse. So on the one hand, there is a high presumption that every citizen, and for that matter, even a corporate citizen, is expected to know each and every law. The second difficulty arises that not only you must know of law, but you must also understand the law in its true perspective. And any violation of either of ignorance or of non-correct appreciation of the law can have very fatal consequences. So on this theme, today, I believe a lot of deliberations can bring out some outcomes as to how we can disentangle the complexities of law. Prime Minister has given a clarion call on the Independence Day to shed our colonial mindset, and our legal and judicial institutions and our legislative framework is mostly due to historical reasons. We are following Anglo-Saxon practices in our courtrooms and in our legislative processes. There is an imperative need that we simplify our laws, and not only simplify our laws, but we also make them understandable by common man by having in local and vernacular languages as well. So these are some my initial thoughts, and I am looking forward for more thought-provoking discussions and for questions to respond during the course of the discussions. Thank you.
May I request Professor Peter to share his thoughts?
Distinguished fellow speakers, esteemed director of IIM Rohtak, beautiful guests and students, namaste. I heard so much of soft power and hard power that I'm tempted to talk about power. For some reason, there is a lot of power talk going on. But today I felt I need to bring it together. So in this short speech, I'm going to do something for you. I'm going to give you two for the price of one. We are going to look at and think about how soft power and hard power can become one power. And that goes together in a famous axiom by a famous industrial architect whose name is Louis Sullivan. For those of you who don't know Louis Sullivan was the architect around 19th century in the United States who established steel structures for building skyscrapers. Now you may say, what's that got to do with language? Because the topic I was assigned to speak about was simplifying language to reduce legal complexity. So what has skyscrapers and steel construction got to do with decomplexifying legal language? Let me explain. Sullivan had an axiom
an adage, a maxim, and it went like this: form follows function. Let me repeat, form follows function. Now, you may ask, what's that got to do with language? Well, let me ask you this question. If I ask you, what is the function of language? What is the first thing that comes to your mind? Feel free to shout it out. What is the purpose of language? If anything, raise your hand. Feel free to jump in and share. What is the purpose of language? Anyone? What is the purpose of language? Interaction. What else? Expression. Communication. All that is partly true, but yet there is something missing. The purpose of language, the function of language, if only we rethink it, turns into a different paradigm, to be able to decomplexify the legality and the complexity of legal language. Language, I hate to tell you, is not about communication. You heard right. Language is not about communication. If you truly want to be an effective communicator, you need to think about its purpose. And its purpose is understanding. I want you to remodel that in your mind. Language is not about communication. Language is about understanding. When you rethink how language needs to serve understanding, your psychology will have to change, because you are thinking of the other side. You are thinking of the other end. You are thinking of someone who's going to pick up the legal document and read it. You are thinking about a policy maker who's writing a text. And if that policy maker understands that the purpose of language is not to communicate something in writing, but to communicate something in understanding, his philosophy and his psychology about writing the policy will drastically change. And that's what I'm here to briefly talk to you about. A lot of people think that language is about communication. True language, the language that builds collaboration. We heard about collaboration from the military general, cooperation. True meaning of language is understanding. And understanding comes through transparency. There is a term that they use in the legal world. It's called using the language of legalese. The language of legalese is complex. It's mystifying. It's perplexing. It just needs a lawyer. And there are plenty of lawyers who are happy to tell you what the law means. But if we want to truly empower people and turn people into understanding and self-reliant human beings, we need to have policymakers that don't write for the sake of writing, but write for the sake of understanding, so that when someone picks up the document, they understand what the law requires of them, they can be accountable, and they can be responsible. So next time you think about language and you think about what its real purpose is, don't think about communicating. Think about how form is what follows function. Language must serve understanding and not communication. Thank you.
May I now request Faiz Jalan to kindly deliver his address.
Thank you so much, Honorable host. IIM Rohtak University and Management faculty members and beautiful audience. Thanks for having me here. I was really thinking to talk about the soft power even in this legal frameworks and regulations, just to include my thoughts on how India is dealing with Afghanistan problem in past 20 years, and then rather since the inception of India, and then the historical perspective of Afghans and Indians together in this geography. You know what Pathan is doing? Crossing all the records, inside, domestic, and also outside. What IPL is doing, bringing the richest cricketers or sportsmanship to the region and to the world. And then what the bright minds of India, the youngsters, what are they doing? Achieving the highest jobs as CEOs of telecommunication, technology, and IT. It's all soft power. And through these soft powers, you are breaking all those rules, regulations, which have been set in past many centuries for people to communicate on the basis of their geographical or population or their rules and regulations, which are set for a specific area. Rishi Sunak, who is he? And where he governs a country that launched the 19th, 17th, and 20th century imperialism. But now it's run by an Indian origin. We unfortunately inherited border from Britons with your cousins. And they are very nasty. They are causing a lot of trouble to us. Afghanistan is being in war, and we have been defeating the hard powers, superpowers, not now, but I think almost in each century. There is a book, Why Nations Go to War. You need to read that. It is a complete 1 century wars they are including, like 1900 to 20th. And it includes 4 wars of Afghans. We fought 3 wars against Britons, Anglo-Afghan wars, and then we fought also with Soviets. Now, Americans didn't learn from that. They come and they are defeated. So the lesson learned is that if you become a superpower without parallel powers having soft and hard, you will always be defeated with your hard power being as a superpower. So India becoming the president of G20 must go now for soft power, excellence. The generation old, our parents, specifically yours, that you are leading now these panels, they are giving you the presidency. You must be proud of that, but they are giving you a very hard job. The job that will never lead you to sleep if you have a dream for your country. If you want to lead this G20 forum for coming centuries and years to come. So you need to stick to the values that have been inherited in your culture, inherited from your generation. As being the member of G20 and then becoming the president of G20. You can lead by example, but that all comes to you as a generation ahead. And I can see these bright youngsters, and I have many good friends from India. They are all amazingly talented, amazingly dedicated Indians, and amazingly honest friends of mine. So being as a conflict and hard power affected country and then a human being, for me also, we won wars, but we were not soft power leaders as Afghans, and we lost to conquer those that we have defeated in war. If you want to conquer, you can only conquer the defeated ones with soft power. And you should grab those skills and you should go for that. Thank you so much.
May I now request Mr. Tahir Gora to present his views.
Thank you, sir. So can India disentangle legal complexities at world stage? I don't know the legal answer, but I can try understanding the ground realities. First, I'll start from Canada. I remember about 2 years back, there were some protests going on in Delhi, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau lectured India and said that India must uphold the human rights values and should give protesters right to protest. And then the karma goes on. After a month or so, some Canadian protesters came out on the streets, and then the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, imposed emergency law in a free country like Canada. So it is very easy to lecture others on human rights. So recently, in the wake of Russia-Ukraine war, Russia versus West war, India boldly avoided Western world's attempts to impose pressures on her. India acted rightly for her own interests in terms of having working relationship with all parties, be it Ukraine, Russia, or the West. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji told President Putin that today's era is not for war. PM Modi's those words were appreciated and echoed by all world leaders. Similarly, India's good relations with Arab world, Iran, and Israel are good with all parties in conflict with each other. Also, India did possible amount of business with Iran despite sanctions on Iran. India is helping Afghan brothers and sisters despite Taliban took over Afghanistan in August 2021. India's role in world peacekeeping is always appreciated by the UNO. G20 presidency for 2023 is another milestone for India to establish its role. So the India is known as a bridge between the developing and developed worlds. The theme of India's presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, tells us India's vision, perspective, and worldview. However, India can create more assertive role by building its own international media houses and think tanks. I'm putting emphasis on this issue a lot in this conference. This should be India's major goal through India's presidency of G20. This can also help Global South to have its voice through India. Thank you very much for hearing my brief remarks.
I think we are running short on time, but still we can have a few questions before we wind up this particular panel. So questions, please. Yes, I see a hand there. Can you please provide the mic quickly? Volunteers, please provide the mic quickly.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, how can the evolution of the current legal system, specifically with respect to ethical laws, be seen with the changing global dynamics?
Anyone would like to?
Now, so evolution of law is a constant process. Law is not a petrified parchment, that a document which is cast in stone. Laws by nature are dynamic. And that is the reason that we keep on amending the laws in light of the evolution of society, societal standards, and global developments. In fact, our supreme law, Constitution itself has been amended over 100 times. And that is a tribute, not a shortcoming of the document, that we keep on responding to the emerging demands of the society. Let me say that no body of individuals can have any monopoly for all times to come to bind the future generations of what they enact as a document. Every generation is a new nation and they will chart its own course. So there is nothing static in law. It will keep on evolving and representatives will be reflecting the aspirations in the documents.
Next question.
So, I'm okay. Okay. Next question, please.
Good evening. India has taken a variety of steps in state to improve ease of doing business position, where there have been more than 39,000 compliances have been reduced and more than 34,000 legal provisions have been decriminalized. So what further steps in geopolitical and technological environment could be taken in order to enhance our ranking?
Okay, before we proceed, what's your question? You can just stand up and tell us in a louder voice. You can come to the front quickly.
Right. In New Delhi. So how this relates to India becoming the next arbitration superpower in the future?
Okay. So maybe we can go first with his question. Right.
So let me come to first to your question that we have already taken steps for decriminalization and for lessening compliance. What more can be done? Now, let me tell you, decriminalization is, I would call it a low-hanging fruit. And of course, first we create a maze of regulations, very complex from our legacy. And therefore, that is the first thing which we can do by decriminalizing petty non-compliances. Second, of course, is reducing the compliance burden. Going forward, I can think the transformative role of technology to make the governance more transparent, more faceless, and more facilitative. So I think it is an evolving process again, and a role of technology in this transformation will be very important. Now, coming to arbitration. Now, there are two components, as I was discussing with Professor Ghosh before I came here. There are two things. One is the laws and another is the legal system. Now, having simplified laws is one, but having a very facilitative legal system is another. Now, as we all are aware, that judicial pendency of cases and time consumed in litigation, that is one very serious concern for ease of doing business or for that matter, the entire business environment. So I believe that a lot of reforms are required to decongest our legal system. And to decongest our legal system, we need to have more and more alternative dispute resolution mechanism like arbitration, mediation, conciliation. And I can see a lot of steps are being taken by the government from income tax department to all departments. In consumer law also now there is a mediation. In matrimonial laws already there is a provision. And commercial arbitration, of course, is very important. So I believe India has the potential to make India an arbitration hub. A lot of commercial arbitration matters are taking place in London, Singapore, Hong Kong, and in other East Asian nations. So why can't we, with such a huge population, huge industries and commercial ecosystem, why we need to go them to the outside India. So I believe we need to decongest it, and we need to have more and more these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to make India an attractive destination for a global hub for arbitration.
Any different perspective from Mr. Tahir Goda? Would you like to add anything?
A very technical question. No, I think it was a very technical question and Dr. Singh addressed it very well. So we don't have that kind of a knowledge in terms of law. So if anyone wants to add anything. So would you like to have more questions?
For shortage of time, we close the panel here because Honorable Justice Sri Avnish Jingan sir has arrived, and he will be here for the valedictory session in person, and he will deliver the keynote address. Followed by him, Sri Suresh Prabhuji will be joining as the guest of honor for the valedictory speech, and followed by him again Honorable Justice Sri Suryakant sir will be delivering the valedictory speech as a chief guest. So we are on time. So without extending any further the panel, we close the panel here and we proceed to the valediction session. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome all of you to the valedictory session. This evening, we are honored to have with us Sri Suresh Prabhu, former G20 Sherpa and Member of Parliament, Honorable Justice Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Honorable Justice Avnish Jingan, Judge, High Court of Punjab and Haryana.
We finally come to an end of an abundant flow of thought and insightful discussions on how India can take lead in driving economies around the world towards growth, sustainability, and stability. In these 2 days, we have had the opportunity to witness the presence of multiple dignitaries on the dais, where they discuss topics that could lead to the significance of the presidency of India in leading the G20.
Today, we have with us Honorable Justice Avnish Jingan, Judge, High Court of Punjab and Haryana. Sir has given a number of landmark judgments in tax and criminal matters. He is now sitting in the arbitration and conciliation roster and has the fastest disposal in arbitration cases. We are delighted to have you with us here today, sir. We request you to please come forward and deliver the keynote address.
I thought after being elevated, my job would be writing and not to speak. That's end with the advocacy. But anyhow, I'll try my best. Shri Suresh Prabhuji, Founder Chancellor Rishihood University, dignitaries of on the dais and off the dais, and my dear friends who are like me in learning process. To start with, I must congratulate Indian Institute Management Rohtak for providing this forum to discuss various aspects to be considered on India's presidency in G20 and the legal aspects to be taken care for leading developed and emerging nations along with it. Before coming here, I was discussing just outside that we are talking about legal intricacies. Probably the topic is most complex. It involves multi facets of trade, intellectual property, data privacy. And I can assure you that each one of them needs a day for its own. But we will try to touch whatever we can in this limited time. There cannot be any second opinion about that ours is the fastest growing economy with the largest market, which gives us a foundation for growth, investment, and above all, for all the black coat wearers, implementation of laws. To keep pace with the changing needs, we don't need to move, we need to leap. And one of the major steps, at least my generation has seen, is a change from licensing and controlling to regulating. It's always better, rather than to restrict and try to license, to regulate things. The things start falling to their place automatically. In late 80s and early 90s, there was much talked about global market. It was a discussion in economists and everywhere that markets are opening, and every country is giving a chance to be a global market, either suppliers, services, or maybe for demand. And a basic necessity for a global market is to ensure that the interest of the investor and that of the home country are duly protected. And then one of the facets is that in case there is a dispute, there has to be a speedy resolution. And in this process, India ratified the agreement for establishing World Trade Organization, which contained agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property, usually known as TRIPS. The type of intellectual properties covered by TRIPS agreements are copyright, trademark, geographical indications, industrial design, patents, layout designs of integrated circuits, undisclosed information, including trade secrets. The way we are growing, it's important that we are in compliance with this TRIPS agreement. And we have laws like Trademarks, Patents Act, Copyright Act, Designs Act, Geographical Indication of Goods, Registration and Protection Act, Semiconductor Integrated Circuit Layout Designs Act, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right, Information Technology Act. One of the topics today is with regard to arbitration and international arbitration. These all in another terms are known as alternative dispute resolution mechanism. The international arbitration is a blend of civil procedure and common law procedure. The benefit of it is that it's neutral, which is very necessary in a cross-border transaction and avoids possibility of a home advantage to any of the party. Over 168 countries have ratified to New York Convention, which came into force on 7/6/1959. That has helped a lot in arbitration, international arbitration, as the result of that convention is that arbitration awards can be enforced in these countries who have ratified to it. To keep pace with the changing needs and to deal with the new challenges, regulatory authorities like SEBI, Head of Finance, RBI, Ministry of Finance, and other regulatory authorities are in a process of simplifying and regulating the procedure, bringing more transparency, making laws for protecting digital data, and the venues for multiple development are being explored. I will just be giving examples of few of the amendments and the draft bills which have been introduced in the year 2022. Overseas investment regime was overhauled by introducing Foreign Exchange Management Overseas Investment Rules 2022, Foreign Exchange Management Overseas Investment Directions 2022. These supersede the earlier regulations of 2004 and 5. One of the major effect of this overhauling is that earlier only the listed Indian entities could invest in overseas listed companies. Now the unlisted entities can make overseas portfolio investment, though they are subject to certain conditions. Indian Telecommunication Bill 2022 is a step to simplify the regime for area of spectrum allocation, broadening the definition of telecommunication services. With the advancement of technology, the major threat is with regard to personal data, digital personal data. A digital personal data bill has been put forward as a protection legislation. It provides for the entities to collect and process the data with the clear description of the nature and for purpose of collecting it. The requirement is the consent which is required to be in unambiguous manner and express. With the growth, we face number of problems, and one of them is pollution. There's a concept called green debt security, which was introduced by SEBI in 2017. There's an attempt to widen its avenues. The consultation paper has been issued, which proposed that these green debt securities will be issued for raising funds to be utilized for prevention and controlling pollution, production technologies, eco-efficient productions, which include renewable and sustainable energy. I was introduced saying that at present I am holding arbitration roster. I'd like to share with you that during my practice, I was concentrating more on taxation fields. So if we are talking about India, I will not forget a subject which is near to my heart. The biggest leap for a global economy and widening of the market taken by India was in 2017 by changing the indirect taxation regime with the slogan, "One Nation, One Tax." The new regime is popularly known as GST. GST was a perfect example when the entire world was looking at us that with this size, the population and diversity, will we be able to implement it and ensure its compliance? because I was told that there's a compulsory subject with the law students of taxation here, but in most of the universities I've seen it's optional and rare of very few students opt for it. GST compliances are all IT based. The technology utility is at the optimum. And at this stage, I must say that India's legislations and its implementations are tested by the numbers which we are dealing with. That is our strength and a challenge in itself. All what I have discussed is only to touch, only not even I will say touch, a passing reference to demonstrate India's capability to navigate through the legal intricacies and taking other economies and emerging nations along with it. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Because of certain unavoidable circumstances, our chief guest for the evening, Honorable Justice Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, will be joining us in the online format. Sir is currently serving as a judge in the Supreme Court of India and is set to become the 53rd Chief Justice of India. He has issued numerous landmark judgments on human rights, gender justice, education, and prison reforms.
Good evening, everyone. My hearty congratulations to IIM Rohtak, its director, Professor Dheeraj Sharma, faculty, and dear students for organizing a G20 event in Gurugram to highlight the importance of India's presidency at the global level. Due to some unavoidable commitments, I am unable to join the event in person. Hence, I am sending this video message to convey my greetings to all eminent guests, speakers of the conference, and all respectable delegates. G20 is one of the most significant platforms for economic cooperation at the international level. After countries like Bali, Indonesia last year, India has been bestowed upon with the presidency of G20, which is a matter of great pride for us all. This year's theme of G20 being Vasudev Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, captures the true essence of Indian legacy. India is well known for its culture of hospitality, in which everyone is considered as a part of one big family, irrespective of where they come from, and we treat them with love, respect, and a sense of belongingness. Through this theme, India will induce the spirit of inclusive collaboration among all the participating nations by recognizing the importance of collective and united actions. This global opportunity comes to India at a time when several nations are facing crisis and recession. Despite this, India has well proved its merit at the global level through its sustained efforts to reduce inflation levels and have a remarkable upward growth in production and demand in the economy. India has also recently been applauded by international bodies like the World Bank and the IMF for our efforts in global development and stability during the challenging times. It is quite in public domain that India is now the 5th largest economy in the world as per exchange rate and the 3rd largest as per purchasing power parity. India's presidency in the G20 is surely an evidence of India's credibility in resolving global issues. India would show a definite way to improve, integrate, and reform international arbitration and conflict resolution. Since I come from the legal background, I would like to share my views on this perspective per se. A society, by virtue of its existence, is deemed to have conflicts which need to be resolved. We have a well-established, robust judicial system in place in India, and gradually, we are also venturing out into alternative dispute resolution techniques, among which arbitration has gained popularity in India. Arbitration is simply a process of solving an argument or conflict by bringing in an arbitrator who hears both sides and delivers a decision based on their supporting evidences. It has come out as an excellent mechanism for people to settle their disputes amongst themselves to avoid the regular recourse of the traditional legal adjudicatory system. But let me tell you, my dear friends, that arbitration is not a new concept in India. It is something that has been a part of our societal formation since time immemorial. Any dispute regarding property, petty crimes were settled by the village elders whose decisions were respected and followed by everyone. The kings and the courts were not involved in every dispute. And as you would have read or heard about such practices of dispute resolution still being followed in the remotest corners of our nation, I would like to mention about 3 types of courts or channels of conflict resolution. First is Puga, known as the local courts. Second is the Shrenis, namely other people engaged in the profession or domain of arbitration. And third is Kulas, the members of the society who are important stakeholders in the community. These 3 popular bodies are explained by sage Yajnavalkya in Upanishads as early as the known arbitration courts in India, and they continue to flourish until the beginning of the colonial rule. Taking these examples from history and considering the current state of arbitration in India, I can very confidently state that our own country is an arbitration hub with rich legal traditions and extensive experience in judicial matters. When we couple that with one of the fastest growing economies of the world, it creates an eclectic mix of talent and tradition. My friends, this is something that can only be found in a nation like India. Adverting to the role of G20 in propagating our vision of alternative dispute resolution, this is a wonderful opportunity for the nation to highlight its arbitration capabilities during the presidency. We must take this opportunity to develop ourselves as an international arbitration hub with increasing investments in India and Indian arbitration institutions and the optimal use of our own Indian arbitrators. The government alone, with plethora of legal fraternities and corporate entities in India, can play a proactive role in this regard. Right as we speak, foreign companies are picking India as the destination of choice for their own dispute resolutions due to recent developments in commercial arbitration in India, which is business friendly. It is imperative to understand that only when the state policies provide for a self-sufficient dispute resolution system, along with a conducive business environment, that trade and industry thrives in the country. Having said that, I must also point out that the dynamics of arbitration have been fast changing across the world, and they pose a continuous challenge to the legislature to periodically revisit the arbitration law and update it to the need of the present. In India, after our committed effort to bring a new legislation on arbitration in 1996, we have not been able to run it successfully at the desired pace. It necessarily prompted the judiciary to interpret the conventional provisions so as to infuse a new meaning to address the newer challenges. It is therefore my firm belief that legislative and judicial interventions on arbitration law must be a continuous and dynamic process so that we do not lag behind any competitive jurisdictions on the globe. I am happy to state that recent times, the country as well as the government have adopted a pro-arbitration approach, and the government of India is actively supporting international arbitration as a fair and legitimate means to resolve international business disputes. Our country has no dearth of legal expertise, with a large corpus of lawyers, retired judges, technocrats, and bureaucrats. I am proud to say that our arbitral institutions are simply no match in terms of experience, hard work, networking, and professionalism in secretarial services, along with the timely completion of tasks. I must thank you once again for inviting me for this G20 conference. It indeed makes me proud to know that IIMs are making such great initiatives. I would like to congratulate the team at IIM Rohtak for putting up this event, especially Professor Dhir Sharma, the director at IIM, the deans, faculty members, and those who have worked hard to make this event successful. I am sure the event is going to generate a lot of impact in highlighting the significance of G20 events. It will ultimately result in transitioning the world into a space that is more hospitable, wherein world culture gets united and we transform into a space of global economic integration and mutual cooperation through India's values and leadership. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call Professor Dhir Sharma, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, to provide the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Namaste, good evening. Our Dean, Professor S.K. Pandey, forgot to mention that I am being called only because Shri Suresh Prabhuji is still stuck in a meeting and I am the pillar. So till he joins in another few minutes, I will offer what we have learnt in 2 days for our honorable guest of honor, Justice Jhingan. He has been so kind to travel here all the way from Chandigarh. Sir, over the course of 2 days, we have had a great deal of discussion on how India can provide economic stability to the world. We're not talking about growth, we're talking about stability. Yesterday, I had mentioned a statistic that between 1944 and 2022, the average growth rate of the United States economy is only 3.2%. It demonstrates that within a span of about 80 years, the country has become a totally different nation. It has become a superpower in various domains while maintaining an average growth rate of 3.2%, which means it is the stability of the growth which is more important than the speedy growth, which they would say. Thereby, India, through its intellectual wisdom, traditional wisdom, can demonstrate to the world that let us not forget that for every economic decision we take, there are externalities. And there are positive and negative externalities. When two nations in Europe fight a war, it's not a war between them. It has externalities which can result in a famine-like situation in Africa, as we have witnessed in 2022. Wheat scarcity, we had never ever thought that there could be scarcity of wheat in this day and time. 50% of Africa was sleeping hungry as a result of the scarcity of wheat, because almost 40% of the wheat exported across the world came from Ukraine and Russia put together. These are the externalities of war as an exemplification of where Indian wisdom is desired. Many people oftentimes say that we need to be more aggressive in the way the other nations are, or other sects, other societies, and other domains are. My question to them is that, would we like to become like them? We should be very confident about who we are. It is oftentimes said, please attempt to say things about them, their idols, their heroes, their culture, and you would see the backlash. But then my question is, I don't want to be like them. We are a very tolerant, very pacifist, very progressive, very broad-minded, and very evolved society. The brute force is not something that behoves the Indian people. We believe in not being brute. We believe in being very tranquil and slowly but steadily growing. Second, sir, on sustainability, we had a very good panel on sustainability, where we talked about India and Indian ways, small micro level examples of bucket bath as a demonstrative evidence of how traditional Indian way of managing environment. Research indicates there is a Harvard case written on this, sir. Aqua Lisa Quartz, many of the students in our MBA program would have already gone through that case, that a typical American shower throws in 18 liters of water per minute. And a typical American shower is about 4.5 minutes, which means you're consuming about 100 liters of water for taking a quick bath, is what they say, a quick shower. In Indian context, a typical Indian bathes with a bucket, and the standard size of that bucket is about 30 liters. And I believe that historical evidence would demonstrate that the skin allergies are lowest amongst all the progressive large nations in India, which is an anecdotal evidence that our bathing has worked. So we are using 1/4 or 1/5 of water for everyday rituals, which is bathing. Therefore, Indian traditional way, Indian traditional norms, numerous are ways of embracing sustainability, not as a special context, not as a special field of study, but it is about embracing it as a everyday philosophy. So in the Japanese context, they keep talking about the 5 S's. You know, they talk about the quality system, the Shiro, Sito, Seisuke, Shitsuke. These are the quality parameters that they have. It means nothing. It actually means that if a Japanese gets up from the bed, it's a habit with a Japanese that he'll pull down the sheet and bring the sheet back to its original level. If they go out from a chair, they put the chair back to where it belongs. Indians have been doing that without making 5 S's or 5 D's or 7 P's for centuries. We never believed in creating waste. We have embraced this as a way of life. Nobody knew sustainability. Numerous examples can be given in terms of reuse. You know, people talk about recycling. The toothbrush in Indian context, many people talk about it. We would brush the teeth with it, then use it for cleaning our shoes, then use it for cleaning the vessels, then eventually break it and use it for putting nada in our pajamas. I mean, these were all normal things to us. So sustainable practices where we lack is standardization and taking pride in those and not being ashamed of those. These are things of pride where India can lead the way, as these are just micro level examples. At the macro level, even today, I think sharing of resources is something so innate, so important, so common. Cooperation and sharing is another way forward for us. We can show all the G20 nations that through accommodation and cooperation, we can still make a great deal of difference amongst people. Today, sir, we had the first session on India's soft power. India's soft power, I mentioned accidentally, and I'll repeat that. Soft skills are the hardest to learn, sir. Hard skills are very easy. Very, very easy. Soft skills, it's changing attitudes, because attitudes are very dynamic. Changing attitudes is a very difficult task. Changing beliefs is even more difficult. Changing ideas is relatively easy. So I keep telling my students that when we look at hiring, we want to hire people with best attitudes. We don't want to have people with very strong beliefs. We want to have people with good ideas. So I would recommend that India, through our platform, as using its soft power, and numerous examples were given. So there was a Dansu S, who was a Padma Shri awardee, who spoke on dance as a form. I think Mr. Lama, Yantin Lama, is sitting here. He was in Tajikistan for more than a decade, and as head of a bank, and he mentioned songs. Even now, when I was in Central Asia last 2 years taking trips, I mean, they would still ask me, you know, it's been a long time we haven't seen Jimmy, and I don't know who Jimmy is. They would say Mithun Chakrabarti, because their song Jimmy, 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 they still want to listen. That's the power of India. It's the draw of India. So in essence, desirability of where people would be comfortable is a very, very strong. People want to be in India. People want to live here. How many people want to actually, you know, vacate this country without being nostalgic? Even those who have gone abroad as NRIs are nostalgic and reminisce about our this is our strength. And I think through media, through films, through literature, and various other mediums, we can demonstrate that. And finally, sir, thank you for enlightening us about India and India's strength in the legal system. I believe, because we are the first and the only IIM to have a BBA LLB program, I believe that we have some of the greatest minds in judiciary in our country. It is a great pride for us that people of that level of perceptive thinking and orientation towards justice is rarest of rare amongst any of the nations. You must understand that in North American system, for the paucity of the right judicial minds, there is no retirement age for Supreme Court judges. In India, there is a retirement age for the Supreme Court judges. They retire at the age of 65. Now, one could debate either way, but I must convey to you that with the presence of these great judicial minds, it is imminent and it is going to happen that India will become the arbitration hub. Will take that title away from Singapore in next decade, because we have excellence in terms of judiciary, and I believe the world trusts us. Really, there is a great deal of trust in India. When I go to our recent trips have been Central Asia and Middle East because of greater focus. I believe it is important that we take that into consideration, that whenever I go there, they talk about China's power, but they believe that China cannot be trusted. They talk about American might, but they at the same time couple it with American opportunism. They talk about European strength, but at the same time, they talk about European ignorance. But when they talk of India, they say whatever they have, we can trust them. Even if they give us a rupee, they are not seeking reciprocity. In the recent times, be it the case of Sri Lanka, be it the case of Turkey, where our rescue forces have gone. Just imagine which country. I mean, these are the same countries in which we have had differences and even trade conflicts. But our position has been very clear that we have taken the opportunity to provide a level playing field. And I think our trust can be best capitalized by building the global best arbitration center in our nation, hopefully in the state of Haryana and in Gurgaon maybe. And then we get the advantage of being the arbitrator for all these conflicts and disputes which have arisen in various parts of the world. Those were, sir, the 4 sessions that we covered in the 2 days. And I have now been informed that Shri Suresh Prabhuji is still in a meeting. And I don't want to bore you. Unless you would like, I can continue to speak. I'm a professor, sir. I can speak for another 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. I will share the same thing for the youth. There was a story which I left incomplete. Honorable Justice Jhingan I was in the middle of a research idea which I have conveyed before, that our youth, if they wish to part with India's growth journey and India's prosperity journey, I think they need to have a positive orientation. And that orientation, somebody asked me this question, what is this orientation? As a matter of fact, I was conveying to a faculty member that, you have to have an orientation. The faculty member asked me, what is this thing called orientation? So I'll give you the answer to the orientation. So 150 years ago, the world was dominated by what was called honor culture. Honor culture meant that you took the insults very seriously, but you also had the power, resources, and the acumen to take care of those insults. Which means if somebody insulted you, you actually invited a person to a duel. And in the North American context, the dueling was happening till the middle of 1800s. Can you believe it? As a matter of fact, one of the American vice presidents invited another opponent who had insulted him for a duel in New Jersey. Okay, let's have a pistol fight and settle our dispute of insult. Post Second World War, the world went into a different spin. And what emerged was what was called a dignity culture, which means individuals said what could not kill you only makes you stronger. Ignore, focus on your work. Don't let insults affect you. Put your head down, get to work. That's the generation that I come from, where my mother oftentimes would use the word ignore kar, which meant forget about it, just keep doing your job. And we used to make fun of our mother. Now I realize her wisdom. Recently, in the last 10 years, particularly in the educational institutions, victimhood culture has perpetuated. There is a great deal of research. There's a book written on it, and there are numerous articles. And that is the generation, unfortunately, to which majority of you belong. What is victimhood culture? Is that you take insults very seriously. Unlike the dignity culture, they did not take insults seriously. They took it with a pinch of salt. You take insults very seriously, but you don't have the resources or the powers to handle them. So what do? You use social media, advocacy groups, friends, besmirch people's reputation as a mechanism of overcoming the insult that you have felt. That will create a paralysis. You're not going to make any progress with that sort of a culture. Victimhood culture is resulting in a paralysis of North American institutions, Western European institutions, and now Indian institutions. That you crib about everything, but you don't want to have a solution orientation. And you need an advocacy group and an army of people to rally behind you to convey your perspective. Well, if that would be the case, you're not participating in India's growth journey. If that is the perspective, you can't make any progress. You have to look within. In research, sir, we have two domains, what is called external locus of control, and second is called internal locus of control. You must have internal locus of control. All the attribution of things that are going wrong with you cannot be attributed to things outside. You can always say that IIM Rohtak does not provide me a great facilitating environment to learn. Of course we cannot. Because the facilitating environment changes every day. I reach here, the next environment is here. I don't know what is the best. There is no definition of the best. But if you were to progress, you need to adapt to the system. The system is not going to adapt to you. There will always be a system. I was in Kashmir. We are privileged, sir, as institution to have done great deal of research in Kashmir. We did public interactions. Our team went to every nook and valley, nook and cranny of Kashmir. And we interacted, we did public interactions with people. We learned the same thing about not perpetuating victimhood culture. And I think today we are gradually taking steps towards coming out of it. And with this clapping, I want to introduce our guest of honor, Sri Suresh Prabhu sir. I'm delighted that he has been able to join us, albeit his busy schedule. Sir, it is a great honor to have you in an online mode. You have been to our institution multiple times, but mostly in an online mode. We are again having you in the same online mode one more time. Sir has been a visionary, a technocrat in the real sense. When I first asked sir about his research experience, sir sent me his bio, which had almost 200 papers. He has authored more than 200 papers, aside from being a politician. I'm grateful to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, my dear friend, and one of the finest directors of any IIM in the country, who has really created this institution from nothing, and therefore now it is emerging as one of the top, not just education institutions, but I would say a think tank, ideas organization, and therefore I want to congratulate you and thanks again for inviting me. I hope one day I will be able to come there and talk to you because, as you correctly said, I always participate online. I hope I will come there, but will not call it offline because I don't want to. I keep on to follow the line. I don't want to go offline, but I will definitely be there in person and will be delighted to share my experience with you. But more than that, we'll learn from you. So thank you very much for inviting. And let me be very brief. I was sorry I got tuned in a little late because I was in a meeting and I just couldn't come out. So one is this kind of ideas forum is very important because a G20, as you know, is a grouping of 20 countries which meet once a year and they discuss many issues. So I handled G20 and G7 both at the same time for several years, beginning 2014 when Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister for the first time. And since then, I've been dealing with that till recently. Of course, besides handling my 10, 11 other cabinet position, I was dealing with this. But always, is to say, in the G20 meetings when I was representing India, representing the Prime Minister, that in G20, we discuss everything below the sun. But also, I was saying that in G20, because we already discussed everything below the sun, we also try to now discuss everything above the moon. And therefore, G20 is a forum in which almost all global issues get discussed. Some sort of new ideas emerge. And today, at the time when the world is struggling and trying to come out of so many different headwinds that we are facing, we always need a platform where we can meet and talk to each other. Because even talking is the beginning of a solution. So therefore, it is actually imperative that such platforms, though not an organization, G20 is not an organization. It doesn't have a permanent secretariat. But still, G20 actually emerged because of the global financial crisis. If you recall, there was a G7, which already there, again, I was looking after that, wherein the large economies of the world were dealing with so many challenges that the world was facing. But then, when the financial crisis happened, it was realized that we are not the only ones, the G7 countries who dominate the economies. There are so many big economies of the world which have emerged, which are not part of the grouping. So how can you deal with a problem unless the critical mass of the countries which have the potential can come in? And therefore, first, when the idea came up, the US invited maybe more than 30, 40 countries. Eventually, it went down and now it is called a G20, which is a grouping of 20 countries, the 20 large economies of the world, which incidentally is more than 80% of the global GDP. So just imagine the disparity in the world also, that 20 countries control 80-85% of GDP. The rest of the 200 countries control not control, I would say, unfortunately, they share the remaining GDP. So this G20 is a rotating presidency, which goes from one country to another. Last one was Indonesia, next one will be Brazil, and before that was Saudi Arabia. So we keep rotating from one country to another. And I can clearly see that India has an ability to influence the opinion of our own thinking, which comes from civilizational ideas that we always have, to let the world know that how to address them. So there are some global challenges which have remained common from many years. As I said, this started with financial dealing with financial challenges. That again continues to be a problem. Today, the world economy is slowing down. Definitely 2023, some of the G20 countries will go into recession. 2024 doesn't look as equally promising. So therefore, there is going to be a challenge for some time to come. As we know that world trade was one of the reasons why the economies was growing. That changed in 2008. The world trade was growing at a rate faster than the world economy. Now world trade is growing at a lower rate, and therefore this is a bigger problem. So we need to find out how can world trade grow. That means we'll have to remove a lot of hindrances in a way of making the world trade grow, and that can again spur the economy. But to do that, we'll have to have a proper understanding. The organization like WTO, World Trade Organization, which was created specifically to deal with WTO as a precursor to GATT, which was in 1948, GATT was there, and now WTO itself. So we'll have to first strengthen the organization like WTO to deal with the global challenges. So therefore, the G20 will have to put a weight behind making WTO, which is rule-based, democratic, participatory organization to work efficiently. The second part of economic challenge is, as we are saying, the global priorities are now, we are diverting our resources to war, we are diverting our resources to so many unwarranted things. So unless we actually align the global people's benefit and try to direct the economic priorities towards that, we'll always see some problem. Because I was saying earlier that this forum itself was born because of global economic challenges. But the problem is that global economy, when it was growing, it has also created some other social problems. That world inequality has increased so much that today the world is richer but more unequal. And therefore, we'll have to also make sure that the future economic growth will not keep carrying this legacy issue forward of having prosperous world in a way, not really prosperous in that sense, but richer world, but also large unequal world. And therefore, we have to address that. And to do that, as I said, we'll have to align people-oriented policies. And to do that, we'll have to rethink our entire economic, social thinking and bring it together. I hope India can show the way in making this happen, and the world will appreciate the need for doing it. Another global big challenge that we are facing and facing it for a long time is the challenge of climate change. And the climate change, therefore, has to be at the center of any discussion in any forum. And G20 obviously has to be there because G20, again, as I said, more than 80% of the global GDP is also major source of global emitters are all in G20. So they are the richer countries, but also bigger emitter countries. And that goes hand in hand in a way because richness came because of certain economic activity, which is the cause of greenhouse gas emission. So how do you address climate change? Again, we have United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, a specially created body, multilateral agency. How do you strengthen that? How the various COPs that take place annually? Recently, we had COP27, Egypt. Before that, COP26 in UK. How do you make sure that these COPs have enough teeth and they really take it forward? So that will be another very important global agenda that we'll have to discuss. Other part is, of course, part of coming from the economic growth, coming from social disparity, and also the climate change is the issue of energy transition. The world must resort to energy transition, cleaner energy, better energy, which can also create equitable world. See, today, energy access is major issue. Despite so much of energy guzzling economies that we have created, still the per capita consumption of electricity in most of the developing countries is far, far lower, even in India. So therefore, how do you make sure that people get energy access, but at the same time, that energy will not create the greenhouse gas emission, which in turn causes climate change. So how do you bring about energy transition? That's going to be a very important aspect of that. Again, we have so many issues, social issues, gender issues. We have to make sure that how the infrastructure can be created. How do you make sure that the supply chains will also spur the growth? I'm just saying it, not necessarily because I'm just thinking aloud and talking to you. I think we'll have to really work on some of these issues. And then as the Prime Minister of India has given a real right, capturing right idea, right theme of this is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. If we think that we have to create world as a family, then we'll have to care for each other more. You cannot have a family unless we care for each other, unless we share for each other. And therefore, that caring and sharing has to happen in a much bigger way. And therefore, to care and share, we must create wealth which can be shared. We must care for each other so that we can actually give a helping hand to those who need that type of helping at the right time. So therefore, unless we really create a world with empathy, world which has love and affection towards the rest of the community of the world, and not just Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is only human beings. We have to think about planet as a whole. And that's why we have to care about all of that at the same time. And therefore, we must create that kind of a world, a better world. I hope India G20 presidency will make a beginning, at least of thinking in that direction. And G20 at best can do that. Itself is a great achievement. I hope that happens. As I promised, our very distinguished director, an educationist, and a very passionate leader for academics, that I'll visit there soon. And I really look forward to, if I think the only way director will allow me to come in is definitely not as a faculty. He will not even enroll me as a student because I don't possess that kind of requisite to be a student of such a prestigious institution. So only way he can allow me to come there as a visitor. I hope he invites me to do that, and I'll be too happy to participate in any of the program that we'll organize. As I have a great affection for Haryana, I have represented Haryana into the parliament. I won 4 Lok Sabha elections from Maharashtra, 1 Rajya Sabha from Haryana, that's north, and 1 from Andhra. So I represented, in fact, all parts of India into the Parliament of India in my 26 years presence there. So I hope I will be able to come there soon and look at the great infrastructure that IIM has created, but also contribute something in some small measure to make it even better than what it is today. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. And sorry for joining a little late. I had to come out of the meeting. I have to go back into the same meeting, which will go even longer. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations for organizing such an interesting event with such distinguished people participating. So I'm sure it is going to be really a very educative for all of you. So I don't want to take more time for a simple reason is that there are far better people than me who can really add value to the deliberations and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. We now request Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director IIM Rohtak, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, sir, I must tell you that sir has been so generous with me in the last 9 years since I have been interacting with him. And every time we have requested, he's been busy. He has always accommodated our requests, sir. We're grateful to you, sir. Even today, despite your busy schedule, you have decided to spare time and talk to our delegates here, our students and our faculty. We are grateful to you, sir, and we look forward to having you on our campus. Second, our keynote speaker, Honorable Justice Avnish Chingan, sir. He traveled all the way from Chandigarh with a promise that he would talk to our delegates and our students. I'm sure that your words and your motivation would go a long way in enriching thoughts about contributing to G20 vis-a-vis whoever you are in whatever position you are. Particularly, your great thanks to you for again enriching the subject of arbitration and how India can be an arbitration hub. I'm also thankful to Shri K.D. Singh, Director of Law, who has come and delivered his speech here on importance of competition, arbitration, and how again India's legal minds can take our nation forward. Shri Tahir Goraji, who has come all the way from Canada to participate in this event. We are grateful to you, sir. And our friend, most difficult journey, the one who took Mr. Faz Zalan. We're grateful he has come all the way from Kabul to participate in this event, a treacherous and difficult path of, traveling. And our friend, Professor Peter, who is part of our institution, we consider him as part of our institution. So Professor Peter has come all the way from Greece to be with us. I'm grateful to all our faculty and staff for being here, supporting the event, particularly our students who have traveled again and again to participate. I hope this was a learning experience, enriching experience, if not a different experience for you. I want to thank the organizing team, our team of students. Sir, we were tasked with the responsibility of this event just 25 days ago. And in 25 days, our students are a testimony of putting together such event. This is a demonstration of our success, sir. I want to be grateful to both our deans who had packed schedules, and they came and they've been here for last 3 or 4 days. I don't know where they are, but it's been a remarkable, difficult task of putting 200 posters on the streets, 2 organizing speakers. So I want to thank you. It's been a grateful, gratifying experience to have a wonderful team supporting your efforts. Our staff from IIM Rohtak, who has really spent a lot of time, they are there and they were here for several days, and they bore the brunt of my temper more than one occasion. So I must apologize for that as well. But I'm sure that we have come up with this great event. And if our students, our delegates find something worthy, it would be a useful thing. They say, if you drop a stone from the top of a mountain and you change its trajectory or direction by a degree, it really lands up somewhere else. So I believe that we have made that 1 degree change in your orientation, in your thinking, and probably you'll land up somewhere and in a better place. Again, sir, grateful. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to an end to this G20 summit by paying tribute to our very own Mother India. I would request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Chala Jaladhi Taranga Shubh Name Jaage Shubh Ashish Mange Gaade Tava Jaya Gaatha Jana Gana Mangala Gana Jaya He Bharata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
We request both the deans to join the guests on the stage for a photo. Everyone, please remain seated. We thank everyone for joining us today. Dinner will be served outside. Students are requested to remain seated. Yes.